My name's Greg Apodaca, and I'm the Chief Explorer of Community 3.0 X, which is a community benefit corporation here to speed and scale environmental solutions. We're really in the business of trying to save the planet for humanity on a big scale, and then try and create a better society so we don't just screw the planet up again if we save it this time. Most of my work is kind of top-down stuff, and then a year and a month or so ago, our house burned down. Alma's here, and my wife is here somewhere. And this is where we used to live. This was our home, was right here, and we thought it was our forever home, but guess not. What is that? Sorry.
Home is where you hang your hat.
Yeah. I don't know how to work this thing. Anyway, things got real for me. I had been telling people all along that the climate emergency was real, and then it got very real for us. And we evacuated to my wife's sister's home, where she had a couch that we could crash on. And they had just completed an ADU, so we moved into the ADU. But out of a 3-bed, 2-bath home, we moved into a 1-bed, 1-bath ADU. And our dog, she's big, right? And she's a covers. She's a hug in the covers. We love her, but not ideal. And so we're going stir crazy after about 3 months. And then luckily a real estate agent friend of ours found us a home that we could lease here on the other side of Altadena by JPL. So long story short, the first year after the house burned is hellish. I mean, we moved once, then we moved again. We had to go to, I don't know how many information meetings and apply for loans and apply for grants and go pick stuff up. And thank God, I mean, people were just angels. They gave us food, they gave us utensils, they gave us bedding, they gave us furniture. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff didn't fit in our little tiny ADU. We had to then go give it away. So really stressful. And plus I was running a big conference in June, so I pushed all the emotions down. And then after June, it just really hit me. And I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't able to focus and didn't have any motivation. And for a couple of months, I was just thinking, what's wrong with me? And then I finally sought some counseling. And one of my counselors helped me understand that, this was a traumatic experience that we went through. And what I was experiencing was normal. So that helped a lot. I think I'm still only maybe 70% of my normal self. And then Michael and I were talking with Nikki a few months ago and about our situation. I said the big issue now is the soil, because just read an article in the LA Times saying that the feds screwed up the testing protocol. And even though our soil's been tested, that it still might be toxic. So I said, come on, all that, and now our soil's toxic. So, we said somebody's got to do something. So he said, we need to have a soil summit and let people know what's going on. And that's how this happened. And then January came around, and I said, okay, we need to hit the ground running here. But I was like maybe 60%. And I told Nikki, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I have the grit to pull this off. And she said she was too busy, and it's on me. So thankfully, Christy Zamani's here and helped out, and the EFRU, as the Eaton Fire Residents Union, is here. The Eaton Fire Collaborative turned out, Altadena Grain. Just organization after organization stood up and said, we want to help. And even as far away as the Palisades, Resilient Palisades, said, yeah, we want to help. So that's what you see here is community uprising together. And luckily, Christy, she's the best, right? She's helped stand up this Eaton Fire Collaborative, over 100 organizations and groups that are dedicated to helping us deal with all this stuff and plan a better future. And so thanks to all those people for doing it. Can we get a round of applause for those guys? So today we wanted to tell you that story. This is a soil summit, but we're not just going to be talking about soil and science. We're going to be talking about the impact that it has on people, right? The financial uncertainty, the emotional insecurity, and then the soil part too. So we want to bring it home here. If you're have been displaced by the fires, if you're a survivor, then we want to hear your story and we want to help you. And if you've been hesitant to ask for help, well, don't do it. That's not a good way to go forward. So I'm gonna in a minute welcome up Christy and her panel. Christy, you can just have them introduce themselves. That's Valeria Cerna's here, Michael DiMartino, and Jeffrey Cox is here. Michael is a journalist, and the reason we had him here is because he's one of the guys who said, "Hey, let's do this," and he's got experience with the Lahaina Fire and Paradise. I met Jeffrey recently, and he's with LA County Mental Health, so he's going to help us understand the emotional kind of component of what's going on for folks. Who else did I say was here? Valeria. Valeria is here from the Palisades, but Valeria is an interesting girl. She doesn't live in the Palisades. She doesn't live in Altadena, but she knows more people in Altadena than I do. So, Greg, you need to talk to all these people. I said, who are you? Turns out she knows what she's talking about, and she's great. And so they're going to help us understand the different aspects of the trauma. And Christy's going to help us understand how, over the course of a year, even though she stood up in a meeting not that long ago and said, hey, we're burned out. We need help. People need help. So this is just the start, right? We have another couple of years before our house is built, and then there's a lawsuit with Edison. So we're in for another few years of this kind of stress. And we need to hang together. Even though I'm untethered from this property now in our home, the new thing that's keeping me going is this community that's stood up. We need to grow it. We need to make it stronger. We need to get it more organized because this is what's going to sustain us. Okay. So thanks for coming. Christy, you want to come on?
Good morning, everyone. How are you? What a wonderful way to spend a Saturday, right? Beautiful day. I want to start off, Chrissy Zamani, I'm the executive director for Day One, but last year I think I started also becoming a member of the recovery team for Altadena, and that was totally new for all of us. I think what Greg is sharing is we were all caught off guard, right? I remember putting my son to bed and Ryan saying, I really think we should leave. And I'm like, I think we're okay. Until he showed me the photo from our backyard, and I was like, let's go. It's enough, right? And for those of us who had to evacuate, I think it was just crippling being far away and going and when I say far away, my family was in PV. And I was just like, how I feel so awful, the guilt. Where am I to help my people, my friends, my neighbors? I had the pleasure of having breakfast with some of the youth climate commissioners. If you all are here, you can raise your hand. I think these are our leaders that are going to guide the way for us and working with our board of supervisors to really amplify the needs of community. And, we were just sharing how it's hard to jump into a role when you know nothing about it, right? And then when you're the community leaders that people usually turn to saying, what do I do? And you're like, I don't know. In Altadena is where our artists lived, our helpers, our poets, our musicians, everything that makes this community special. I was charged with distributing about 300 gift cards. And I took out a stack and I put it for the people I know work at nonprofits that would never show up to say, I need help, because they always think somebody else needs it more. And that is who Altadena is. Always saying it's okay, give it to somebody else, we'll be okay. But I want to say this out loud, it's okay to need help. Because I think so many of the people in our community will always go to the back of the line or not get in line thinking somebody else needs more. So I share that because as we think about recovery and the steps forward as we've been struggling all year long, a big part of it is it's not just the home that need to be rebuilt, but it's the community. And that community was not built overnight. That community took decades to create the beautiful shade trees and the flowers and the neighborhoods and the people and that's not something just a simple settlement, I'm gonna say, it's gonna pay you back for. That community was special, and it still is special. So I'll tell you, in my role at the Eden Fire Collaborative, we've been speaking with national partners and people who've gone through this. Greg just said Lahaina, and my sister, funny enough, tried to kidnap me right after the fires in April for a break, and she's not in community work. So she took me to Hawaii to Maui, we're in Maui, and I'm like sitting there going, that's Lahaina. She's like, yeah. I was like, she goes, don't tell me you're gonna go over there. I'm like, I'm gonna go do some site visits. Bye. So, it's just, it was ironic, but I learned a lot to some of the people while I was there. And, just hearing again that community driven part, that community narrative, like keeping it is everything. And we've seen it in action. As we've had these national meetings, you learn and you expect these experts to come up and show you the way. And what we're learning is that's not it. It's really not it, because every community is different. Our community is definitely different. And as much as we can learn, we still need to do it our way. So I think that's a big lesson. And I know it's cliche, but we are the heroes we've been waiting for. And it's moments like this that are so beautiful, coming together here at Greg and Alma's space, which I had frequented many times in the past, sitting in their living room. People like you that have been the leaders of our community, like helping people grow all along and saying, like, what can we do to give back? So I mean it when I say this work is super personal. It's super personal. And it's okay if I'm exhausted because we care. And we need to help each other make it better and keep things going. So it's hard. I was sharing with Jeffrey from Department of Mental Health earlier. They've been at the collaboratory. Seasons have changed in recovery. It changes so quickly. People were not ready for mental health or therapy last year, but last year around, I would say October, November, we could feel the anxiety stirring in folks as the anniversary was coming up. And we were saying, we need to get some support in here. And it's amazing. I was just looking at the data last week, and we have about 30, 40 people coming in to get help right now on a weekly basis. They're there every day. And that's amazing because it's hard to ask for help. And we're having folks tell us, my marriage is falling apart. How can you help me? Like, where can I go? We're just like, it's so complicated. Imagine being a parent. I was saying this the other day, and you're dropping off your kid still at the school they used to be while you're now living 20 miles away. And at the same time, you're moving from Airbnb to hotel to Airbnb. We've heard people move like 8, 9, 10 times, and you're still trying to fill out insurance work and do a rebuild. It's a lot. It's exhausting, and it's a lot. So we need to make sure we keep the conversation going and being there for each other. So with a full heart, I say thank you to Greg and Alma, because it's humbling, and it has been from the get-go to see survivors walk alongside us in doing this work while they're hurting. I just can't imagine. I didn't lose my home. And part of that is like, I need to show up even stronger, right? Because those are my friends and neighbors. But for the survivors that are doing the work while they're in the pain, we love you guys, and we're here for you, and we're not going anywhere. So I'll just leave it there. But with that, I'm going to transition us to our panel, and I'm going to invite our panelists to come join us. Yeah. And we're going to have a human-centered approach to this. We're not formal. We're out here in the outdoors. So we're going to have a conversation, and hopefully we'll have room to get us back on track and also ask some questions. Does that sound good? Everyone's okay? Okay. So we're going to kick off the morning. I'll let you all introduce yourselves. Are we missing somebody? We have Michael.
Dr. Mearns is ill.
Hi. I feel like Michael's working and being on the panel too. We're all doing double roles here. So we're going to kick off today's conversation with like what we've learned from the fires, and touched on this earlier, but LA wasn't the first disaster, and it won't be the last. But this was a really big one. So we know that, and in preparing, from everything I've read so far, it's interesting to see the best models are creating resilience hubs that continue. So you don't just stand something up like the collaboratory and say, okay, we've recovered, like close it up. Like that should become a resilient hub to help people for the next disasters. And as all of you know, with the climate crisis as it is, excuse me, we can expect, unfortunately, more of this. And how do we build back better and do better? So with that in mind, if you all can just take a moment and just share, and we have time, so be comfortable in answering this. What have we learned so far if you can share from your perspective. And just so everyone knows, if you can just share your name again and your background so they know what angle you're sharing from.
I'm doing notes.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. So happy to be here. New to California, actually. Oh, thank you. Hello? There we go. Hot mic. Okay. I'm new to California. I've been in California now for 2 years, living in the Pasadena area. I came in here to work at the Sequoia School, and I was, even though we weren't directly affected by the fires itself, it started with the winds. And that was something that I had never experienced before, coming from the East Coast, and didn't know how bad or what it meant. And then once the fires did get started, we had to just mobilize as a community and work to support the families that were in my school. I was at the Sequoia School, so we had about 30 families and faculty members who lost their homes, lost everything. And we had to figure out on the ground very quickly, what are we going to do? How are we going to help everyone? Since then now, I've been working with the Department of Mental Health. I'm with the Emergency Outreach and Triage Division. And I'm very fortunate because I'm allowed, usually you don't get this from government support or agencies, but I have the freedom to kind of set up whatever type of counseling services are needed based on what we're seeing on the ground. So I have nobody dictating or telling me what I need to do or what services need to be provided. And I can do an on-ground, in-the-moment needs assessment of what somebody needs. We are limited to in the sense that we offer counseling services. The grant from FEMA goes until the end of June. We give about 6 sessions in all different modalities. But the thing that is the most important thing I recognize is that community-based support has to take the lead and be at the center of anything that's going out there. It's constantly changing no matter what you think you've planned or have set up. Once you get on the ground and once things get moving, everything changes. So if you're flexible and you're able to collaborate as well as to build networking systems and get the communication going, then you can get things moving as fast as you can. And one of the things at EFC that I'm noticing is that everyone in that building is just willing to come together, do anything that's needed at that moment. And we're seeing that impact in a positive way, because as you said, after January 7th of this year coming out, where people before were still in, I think, survival mode, now they have a little bit of more capacity or resource to say, okay, I can talk to somebody now and I need to process this, because every day I'm walking through the community, I'm reminded of what actually happened. And again, I'm not from this community, but every day I walk through Altadena. I also provide these services in the Palisades, and it just blows. You can't walk through there and not feel something. So I'm happy to be doing this work, but yeah, definitely centralizing and allowing community-based organizations to take the lead is the best thing I think that we can learn from this.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Hello. So I'm Michael DiMartino from Erstock Foundation, and it's a bizarre honor to be here today. And I want to thank Greg Apodaca and Nikki and the whole team from C30X, and of course all of you, because we're at this pivotal time where a lot of us are realizing as much assistance that they can offer, that no one's going to ride in on a white horse and do the work that needs to be done. It really falls on all of us, and this idea of radical resilience and radical self-responsibility to bring the solutions forward that we need. So before I start, I'm going to be very brief. I'd like everyone just to kind of close their eyes and let's just take a moment and just take a breath or two and really bring our presence here, because there's so much information that's being shared. Sometimes it can get very heady. But I think as our speakers had opened up, there's something really special happening. Buckminster Fuller called it a regenaissance, that we're learning new ways of doing things. And unfortunately, a lot of the old paradigm has to collapse, and it can be very painful. So let's just take a moment of silence and just be in our heart with this special opportunity to continue to build community and bring solutions to a lot of these problems in today's world. Thank you. I'd like to just acknowledge some of the people I know that are here, bringing bringing a lot of support, and not as disaster capitalists, but as community members and people doing amazing stuff. You know, Ray Sereno, Brian Figueroa, and Carmen from Green Tech, Shack Law Group, all the people that are here to help make this event a success and move forward, not just to have discourse and talking. I also want to say that we were contacted by some of the news media, KTLA and other Spectrum, that are here helping to cover this. So the message is going out. No matter how many people are here, we start with the quality of people. So very briefly, I'm with Earthstock Foundation. We're committed to regenerative solutions for people and planet. I used to run a resilience hub in Nevada County up until the COVID. And one of the things we found there, we kind of cut our teeth around the Paradise fire. And as many houses that burned here, more burned there, but not in such a condensed area. So that's why we ask people to wear the booties and a preferable mask, because what we're going to find out today is that the fallout from this event, both the human trauma part and what's here in the soil, what's in the air, is still very prevalent. So I'm also connected to the Governor's Coalition for Community Engagement. And, you know, through all of this work, especially since COVID, I had to pivot from being an event producer, educator, musician, to like, holy shit, I have to pivot and find a way that I can address the most pressing issues of today, which is about ecology and it's about health, or what we call regenerative design. So really quick, some of the things I wanted to just touch on very quickly, which I know Greg and Nikki are very involved in, is the idea of traditional indigenous wisdom, indigenous stewardship, and biomimicry. A lot of when these natural disasters or utility company generated disasters, or whatever it might be, whatever you might believe, climate change happen, that it brings to mind the fact that we've gone so far away from the natural world, that this is why we're here today, because of the toxins, our consumerism, and the impact that that has when these things happen. Now, an event like this brings it to the forefront, but every day we're subjected to these toxins, the way our homes are built, what we consume, the plastics, all the household chemicals, our land management products. And you're going to hear from professionals today, but all of these things, when these natural or these disasters happen, bring to emphasis like, wow, we are really surrounded by doing things with wrong choices, and we can start to make a transition to be a little more eco-conscious in our decisions. So again, the old infrastructure is collapsing, and I think part of that is, I'll share a film link later. There's a film that came out years ago about the lack of fire mitigation. I know that's like, hey, I'm too busy to think about this stuff. I got events to go to and parties to attend, and I got to get home from my Netflix series. But unless we become more resilient, more proactive, like this gentleman was saying, more and more of these types of events can happen. So really, it all starts with mitigation and forethought, and then, of course, resilience, community resilience, and then, of course, post these events, what do we do? So today we're here to look at some of the options that are. I know Shack Law firm is here, a really amazing group of people that I had the honor to interview that are really compassionate and centered about helping people navigate the complexities of insurance and the government and what's available and what can I do and what are my rights and how do I deal with this. I had the opportunity to talk with Jane Patel the other day. Her house is still standing, but nonetheless, her house is just as contaminated as a lot of the burn scar area, and sometimes even more so. So we got to interview and talk with her about her experience with the insurance companies and the health department, and really revealing, again, I'm not here to bash or blame, but the lack of leadership we have right now in the general government. And I'm not saying blue or red, I'm just saying dealing with these kind of issues. So with the last minute I have, we have to think about all these forms of remediation, starting with soil testing. We have stuff today with compost tea. There's mycological remediation, phytoremediation. We can also use bamboo, hemp, wattles, permaculture, but we have to think about beyond the soil, the groundwater that's contaminated, the runoff that's being contaminated. I did work in the Palisades, and it's it's so sad and horrific to what's happening to Santa Monica Bay right now because of the lack of ecologically aware disaster response, resilient leadership. And again, I'm not bashing, I'm just saying this is a super area. So today, I want to give a nice applause to Nikki and to Greg and all of the people who are here to make this happen. I mean, so many groups, Eaton Fire, Residents United, I could just go on and on. But with the last 30 seconds, I do want to say it's sad to be here for this type of thing, but we have to look at the teaching moment. And, you know, the phoenix is rising. We are regenerating. We are in a regenaissance. We're getting shown outside of our comfort zone and complacency. People, we have to do things differently. And we have to work together, regardless of your religion, political affiliation, whatever it is. This is a learning moment. And this event today in Altadena is a template. It's a model for the world, just like what we saw what happened in Lahaina. Years later, Paradise Fire, they're still dealing with the reality and the fallout of what happened there. And lastly, I just want to say there's alternatives. Besides testing and remediation, we have to build back differently. We have to find things that are more sustainable, less toxic. And it really comes down to what I want to emphasize, radical self-responsibility. What you buy, what you consume, your health and environmental health depends on the politics of how you spend that dollar. So let's just all, in our humble way, I'm trying to do it every day. I have 2 daughters. Let's just try to do better. Let's try to be green. Let's try to be more regenerative, more sustainable, and remember the incredible asset, the best asset of the human experience is community. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Well, I don't know how to follow, but my name is Valeria Serna, and as Greg mentioned, I don't live in the Palisades. I'm part of an organization called Resilient Palisades. I'm from the Palisades to Pomona. I've been, as a kid, I've been geeking out on climate, concerned about water, concerned about all of the things, having climate anxiety, not knowing what it was. I would dream about fires. I was in a fire as a child, and the burning next to, it impacted me. So for the past probably 15 plus years, I've been thinking about these things, and that's probably why I've made so many relationships, and I know so many people from, our green infrastructure, Rebecca, our biomimics, our soil stewards, our infrastructure, biochar, all the things, because I've been thinking about all this stuff. And through my work doing property management, looking into how do we build these communities, not just the micro individual home, but really neighborhoods, and not just the neighborhoods, but really looking at our whole ecosystem infrastructure, the green, blue, gray, the neighborhoods, the people, our microorganisms, the wildlife, everything, and how it's all impacted by us, right? We vote with our dollars. We are the ones that really have to reframe how we're making our day-to-day choices. So 5 years ago, this organization, Resilient Palisades, came about, and we've been addressing, we've been trying to address a lot of the community needs as far as energy, water, landscapes. And when the fires happened, we were, like everybody, we knew this was something that was possibly going to happen. It was a matter of when. The 80 to 100 mile an hour winds were just, as climate exacerbates, was something that we had heard, but we didn't really expect to experience it in our lifetimes. So putting all of our thinking caps, bringing in all the resources, bringing in that community was really important, and coming together. So what we've been doing since then is we've created a consortium, and we're working on how do we regenerate the soil, how we actually bring in all these healing ecosystem modalities, from bioremediation, from creating our green infrastructure, working with communities across not just fire-impacted communities, but also throughout LA Basin, because the contamination that LA has experienced has been prior to the fires and now exacerbated because of the fires. And because of climate change, that's going to happen more and more. And that's not to say that, it's all doom and gloom. It's to say that the community support and that community infrastructure is really important. So really getting to know your neighbors beyond your own neighborhood is we were talking about legislation and all the politics involved and all the hurdles and just the incredible ecosystem that we're having to experience now. So, yeah, I don't I'm more of, as maybe a couple maybe people know, I don't generally like speak in public. I'm more of a on the ground, behind the scenes person. But yeah, it's important for us to speak out and put all these things together. So I'm grateful for everybody to be here, and yeah.
Thank you, Valeria. And it's important to have you in spaces like this to speak out, because we're learning so much from each other. And that's we have to keep talking to each other. That's where that learning takes place. You brought up COVID, and again, every disaster has an opportunity for us to learn. And as I'll tell you, from a nonprofit angle, it was through doing those food deliveries that we realized there's a digital divide. And when we did that, we realized other issues that had been going on in our community that we had no ideas about. So I think if we're good students in the moment, like we have a lot to learn from every disaster, from that to like now with the fires, and learning, like you're saying, even when the distributions were first happening, it got a little chaotic sometimes, and people were really upset about, they're not from here, they're coming to get stuff. But like, well, people are hurting in other ways too. And is that a bad thing? There's still need. So again, it's just constant learning, and I think it's, I appreciate you sharing, all of you. So as we're moving forward, what do we need to do as we move forward? How can we move forward smarter? We keep hearing buzzwords like Build Back Better. And I'll set the stage by saying, Catherine from HPP Cares, I think she'll be here later, but it's amazing at the Collaboratory, if you haven't visited yet. We have about 30 nonprofits all supporting fire survivors in the house under one roof to make life easier for survivors. And Catherine leads this one wing, which she's magical. I don't know how she does it. My wish would be to be a builder or a carpenter, but overnight, it's an experience studio where you go in there and you are able to touch and ask questions around fire hardening materials and things that can really save your home and hopefully our future community. But if you haven't visited, I would do that, because a lot of that is learning in a time where we're hearing in many circles, let go of policies, just build back fast, which could really hurt us. It already has. So as I pose this question to you, from your insight and experience, what can we do to build back better and smarter? Whoever would like to start. Michael, I feel like you're ready.
I was born for this moment.
Yes.
Check 1, 2. Strangely enough. So the first and foremost, as our brother was saying, is dealing with the fallout of the human trauma. We can't afford to just put that under the rug or put it in a closet. We have to take the time and space to heal, which can be challenging because what we saw in the Paradise Fire, I was a journalist. I went in 3 days after the fire and everyone had to wear basically respirators. And what we learned is that right after that, there was a flood of disaster capitalism. Oh, buy this, do this, and everybody, it's like, again, like, wow, like, let's let this breathe. Let's keep the humanity in what we're doing. So I think the human element is a big part of it. And then I want to, I could rattle on for a while, but I think we have to look at what we call full spectrum regenerative designs, like Barbara Marx Hubbard, Buckminster Fuller. We have to look at the human element. We have to look at the ecological element. We have to look at the idea of mitigating to prevent these events. And we also have to think about doing things differently, right? In this situation, even though the human element will go on for a long time, like, I mean, working with Greg has been incredible. Like the strength that he has and just the human moments we've had of like, oh my God, Greg, like my heart just breaks for you. But we're here now to start the testing, the remediation, and really to expose what's really going on. And we're doing it as community. So I think that's, initial way to start. But think about, again, full spectrum design. How do I spend my money? What do I buy? What do I put in my body? What do I put in my house? Cleaners, land management. What am I building with? As we know, a lot of this area has been poisoned by some of the lead paint, the old houses, a lot of materials, tires, cars, lithium batteries. Again, we'll learn more from professionals, but I think we just have to have a little more conceived ideology of how to make the change. The one thing I want to suggest is everyone, if you go to YouTube at your convenience and look built or designed for disaster, there's a film that came out decades ago about exactly what happened that tried to raise the flag of awareness about how do we prevent what happened. So it's an amazing film. You might enjoy it, but that's just a few ideas. Designed for Disaster. It's a film that was put out a few decades ago.
Thank you. Larry, wanna jump in?
How do we build back better? Well, I guess we have to define what better is. Like, what kind of standards are we looking for? Are we looking for build back now? Or are we looking for, 50, 10 to 100 years from now? Coming together is key, right? Learning. Some things might work now, some things might not work, and down the line as we constantly improve and we figure things out. But I think to the core, we're all here because we're talking about soil, and we know that that is our grounded truth. We know that that will always hold us, our home, our planet. We mentioned Buckminster Fuller, and he has a spaceship Earth, right? No one is cargo; we're all crew. So everybody coming together to navigate, to bring out their strengths, what specialties and what things people are really interested in. Building back has so many layers from your structure, your infrastructure, your all of the things that get put into a big urban plan, but also how we build back as humans, right? As our own mental well-being and our choices from the day to day. So building back better.
Or actually, you can even pivot that to: are we moving forward smarter, or from when we are or we're not? Like, what should
Yeah.
we be doing? I think you're touching on all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think just tragic, there's so in compost, right, or in many systems, it takes the rotting of something in order to create something beautiful, soil, and that's basically what we're having. We've had these systems that are being decomposing and destroyed, and I hear the buzzing of a drone. Yeah, we're live, but systems have to change, and unfortunately, takes these chaotic, catalysts to do that. And I do see that we're, on a path to build back better, to be better, because we're here, because people are working within their communities. People are working within the ecosystem to actually try to understand where have things not worked out and how can we improve. And we have thousands of years of civilizations that have built within their ecosystems and have thrived. And we've kind of forgotten, or we've been, led in other directions. But we have an opportunity now to really see where we can actually build communities that are in alignment with Earth, that are in alignment with our greater, planet.
Thank you.
Turn the mic back on. I was just thinking as I'm hearing everyone's speaking today. I was reminded in World War II when England was being bombed after recovering from and rebuilding. The thing that came out of the war, that tragedy, was that they understood the importance of universal health care, and that everybody should have access to any form of support that they need. I think that the way I watch and I see communities coming together, grassroots efforts, community organizing, we're doing the best that we can. But even with the program I'm doing, what's in my mind, I'm going, what's going to happen after we leave in June? So we're able to mobilize and get to places and spaces where people are needed. And just to talk about the human part of it, Even with everything that's going on in our society politically, how do I get those resources to families that need it, for Spanish-speaking families who might be afraid to come out and ask for help because of what's going on in the country? How do I help and support the elderly population, where what I'm noticing now, there's a lot of abuse going on and people taking advantage of them and using this as an opportunity for resources and other things. And then what about, it looks like, in the rebuilding and relocation for older folks who might not have the means or the resources? So are we thinking about the most vulnerable population that we have in our society, and how do we support that? But part of what we struggle with, I think, is that we live in a society still that haven't come to the reality that we all are entitled to have the life surviving support, water, shelter, everything, and the equality of that is going to really call on us to be able to demand and say, these aren't things that we have to negotiate for. These are things that should always be available to us regardless of what happens. So if we start building, planning, and preparing for that now, we'll be prepared when these things have to happen in the future.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you. As I was just taking a moment to reflect, building back better, we need to all start practicing non-toxic land management. No more glyphosate, weed killers, pesticides, insecticides. Not only are you poisoning yourself and the land, but you're also destroying the pollinators, which is, in California, the agricultural capital of the U.S. and of the world, and are one of the great economies. It's killing the pollinators, which maintain food security. Also, that extends to household products. But a couple things are, there's 100 different methodologies of how to build more green, more sustainable, fireproof, waterproof, etc. One of the things we've been doing in Paradise is having agro-hoods, neighborhood agriculture, where people are doing community gardens. I live in the Rockies. I go out and buy an organic tomato at $6. So, for me, it's an economic reality. For here, it can just be a great way to build community and also to enhance the ability, like our sister was saying, for the soil to produce abundance. Also, microgrids. That's one of the things we're doing. People in Paradise, they don't want PG&E back. Neighborhoods are setting up microgrids to generate their own electricity, because we know the infrastructure is old and collapsing, and there's not a lot of funding to replace it. So that's one of the thoughts. And then I would say, again, building community hubs. I want to say we have a rare opportunity coming up to talk about Build Back Better. We have the World Cup coming, and we have the Olympics coming. And what we're doing today will continue to germinate and regenerate and grow, and we'll be able to share with the world the miracle and the beauty of what's happening here in response to this disaster. So those are just a few more ideas.
Well, thank you all so much. And I know we got to a late start, so I'm trying to get us back on track the best I can. But I just want to say that it is a rare opportunity, in doing this work. In my nonprofit life, we have, water capture projects and clean energy projects. And when you look for that silver lining of going, like, when do you ever work with a blank canvas? And that's what we have right now in Altadena. And we have brilliant people. And we have people who are committed to helping this create something that's never been created before, really. So I think that if we take that charge, it could lead us to a really beautiful place. And that brings me hope. And I hope it brings everybody hope here. We will take maybe 2 questions, but we'll go right here and then right here.
More than a question is a comment as far as our rebuilding. We've been working with toxic materials, building our homes for so many years, and there is a movement going on for changing what types of materials we're using for building. Cobb is one particular one. Ray is one of the leaders. Art Ludwig has gotten the United States and internationally accepting cob as a building material. So part of the problem that we're going to be having is getting the local communities and the boards of building materials and building safety and so forth, and get them on board with all these new materials that we want to rebuild our future with. Because if we just continue to build with what we've got now, we're going to end up doing the same thing we were doing before. So that's a challenge, dealing with the codes and the zoning and building codes and so forth. that is, I see, as a big challenge, and that needs to be addressed as well, because that's what's going to give us the stepping stones to move towards the future.
Thank you. Right here, Rebecca.
Okay, I have a quick comment, and that is that fire resilience is done on a neighborhood level, and so all of the comments here are so very critical to that. And thank you for the mention of Bucky Fuller. Just my background, anyway. I really appreciate it. And then my question is, we're dealing with homeowners. We do site visits for people. And I'm going to people's homes, sometimes the first or second time they've been on the site. The tree's the only thing left standing. I think that there needs to be a collaborative push and energy momentum to hold the county accountable for not enforcing the tree ordinance and for allowing so many mature trees that might have otherwise recovered to come down, because that's part of people's emotional well-being and their health. So it ties into the things Jeffrey's talking about, as well as the things the other speakers are talking about. Valeria deals with it on a daily basis, I'm sure, in the Palisades as well. So I guess my question to all three of you, particularly Lahaina, because that's been longer, and Paradise, is, do you see government agencies working together with communities, or do communities pretty much have to do it on their own? Or even do it with an adversarial county influence?
Anybody from there want to take the lead first? Michael? Briefly, sorry.
So briefly, there's a lot of pushback right now. I mean, Gavin Newsom has LA 3.0 smart city. So, I mean, these are huge questions between large corporate interests, between governmental contracts. I mean, let's admit it, California is run by a building cartel. On my land in Northern California, in Nevada City, which I survived 3 fires because I mitigated my property, I can't even put a tiny house. I can't do natural building. I got red tagged for doing a tiny house with cob and straw bales. So there is some progress, but we have to put the pressure on because we're up against very big forces.
Ditto. And yeah, I mean, government, they work for us, right? That's what we're supposed to say. But there are these big corporations that do have more funding. So neighborhoods, communities pushing on their county, on their cities to make the green infrastructure the, key. Right now, we're trying to design an urban plan in the Palisades, but we have contractors and cities saying, well, no, we have to do the energy first and the water second. It's like, well, 30% of our energy consumption comes from moving water. So maybe water should be first. And actually, we need to plan out our green infrastructure, because that is actually, again, something that we generally don't put at the forefront. So as we build back these structures, seeing what kind of ecosystem, what kind of ecotone are we working in. But resilient individuals coming together as neighborhoods, building that whole community. Yeah, that makes that I mean, those are movements. You mentioned, we've all mentioned Buckminster Fuller, all these these movements that have shaped where we are now. This is another opportunity to do that for the next, multiple years.
And I'll just close that. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to say something?
Sure.
Go ahead.
One of the first persons I was supporting in the Palisades, who was also Ornorgna for long-term recovery. The story, Jessica, exactly. Yeah, right, Jessica's story. And, so I do walk and talks, and so she took me to her home and her lot and showed me there. Her biggest upset and distress was around the Army Corps of Engineers, the CBs coming in and cutting down all the trees in her neighborhood. And she literally was ready to go out fighting to stop them. She was able to save some of the trees, but the emotional distress that she felt, just like a lot about the animals that couldn't return or come back now. And even if she's not rebuilding, she understood what the impact was going to be. But what I took from that is that, because one of the things I do when we do the counseling session, I kind of break it up into what is your origin story and what is your origin story with the family. And if we had a collection of all those stories and document them, then we can take that information back to the government and say, this is how you have to train the people coming in. Because the CBs, the Army Corps of Engineers coming in, they don't know. They're just taking orders, and they're just doing what they're told, and it's haphazard and random. And there needs to be some kind of liaison or connection to orderly helping them understand what needs to be done. But maybe if we collect these stories, we can get solutions to some of the things that need to be done in the future.
I'm just going to throw a shout out to Altadena Green right here because they were on the ground since day one, saving our trees, thousands of hours, sleepless nights from the Palisades to Altadena and all over, and got together a lot of arborists to actually start training these, the Army Corps. But it's a systemic, long-term recovery.
Oh, awesome.
And social change, we can't change minds. We have to inspire people and their heart. And these human stories are what's going to help do that.
1,000,000%. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you for all of you. I invite you to continue the conversations, even though we're shifting over to the next panel. Thank you.
Should I tell another joke? No, not yet. Not yet. Maybe over lunch. Just a couple of things. We're moving into our next panel right now, so if you don't have to shuffle, please don't. I heard a rumor that there's a porta potty on the way, so if you can cross your legs and wait a while, it's a good thing. And then we also have lunch coming, so get ready for that. I feel like for about the last 18 months that the universe has been putting resources in my path. I've been into the Amazon with some indigenous tribes and been to Sweden talking about people who are trying to change people's minds across the world about the urgent need of the climate emergency and how we can plug into that. And I love that that somebody up here on the panel mentioned indigenous people and native people. Because at our last Green Economy Conference, we flew in a shaman from Ecuador. And we also had some two medicine women there, helping us to understand that the Earth has been creating sustainable practices for 3.8 billion years, right? Maybe we can learn something from the Earth. Maybe we can live better with the Earth, and that's what indigenous and native peoples are trying to protect. So I just want to read a brief land acknowledgement. Excuse me. We honor and pay respect to the elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging. As these folks continue their stewardship of these lands and waters, we acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our ability and commitment to the truth, to healing and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of LA County. And we're grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We're dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native people and local tribes and government, including the Fernandino Tatavian Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Mission of San Gabriel, the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, San Manuel Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Indians. Thanks very much. If you are interested in maybe visiting the Amazon, let me know. We'd love to go take a trip there. It's life-changing to see nature, unspoiled nature. We were in a little village where it was so small that there was no roads into it, and we had to get there by canoe or puddle jumper airplane. And when we took the puddle jumper in, I thought, well, cool, that we're going to land at the airport. Well, no airport. We landed on a mud strip. It was pretty hairy. And sleeping with nothing between us and the jungle but a mosquito net. So, but wow, unspoiled beauty. You got to go. And I fully expected that. I didn't expect to be as touched by the people down there who are living. I mean, they're still walking barefoot and bareback in the jungle. These folks consider the plants and animals in the jungle their brothers and sisters. And they consider that they're part of the earth and all of the universe and all of space and time. Check that out, right? and I've asked the Minari, who's the shaman, to help me understand how they think and to teach me how to cross over into the spirit world, because we're on a path to eco disaster here. I'm not sure that those of us who care, you guys here, well, if we're going to be able to save the earth in time for humanity and the rest of the plants and the animals, and I think we need to tap into that energy of the spirit world, and so I'm doing that. So any of you guys want to jump on that path with me, I'd appreciate it. Next up, we're going to talk. Stephanie, there you are. Stephanie Landrigan is here to moderate our next panel, and we'd like to call up your panelists. You want to do that, or should I do that? I'm there. Christine Lanches-Hinkle, who's a principal consultant with 301 Organics. Harry Allen, who's with the EPA. Dr. Danielle Stevenson, the founder and the CEO of Center for Applied Ecological Remediation. And Nicole McCullough. Is Nicole here? Yes, she is. And Nicole McCullough, who's with the Eaton Fire Residents Union. These folks are both soil toxicologists, experts in remediation in soil, and experts on the protocol. So hopefully we'll get the facts and the figures on how do we make sure that our land is safe before we can move back. Thanks very much.
Where's Nicole?
I don't see Nicole.
Maybe Nicole should be on that side.
But she's here. She'll be here.
She can introduce herself.
And so thank you all. I'm Stephanie Landrigan, and I am going to moderate this, so don't ask me a soil question. I know a little bit about remediating and reclamation of mine sites, but that's not what we're talking about. So what we're going to do, where's Nicole? Come on through here. Yeah, sure. Oh, well, I switched. Right. So we have an order, and the order is based upon, I think, the Bloom's taxonomy. How many of you all know what that is? It's where you start with the basic understanding, and then you build up from that to know a lot more of the science. So we're going to start with Nicole first, because she's been doing a lot of the data gathering. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
And also tell a little bit about yourself at the beginning.
Perfect. Yes, so my name is Dr. Nicole McCalla. I'm faculty at USC in the Rossier School of Education, so I teach research methodology and measurement. I also am one of the leadership members in Eaton Fire Residents United. So from the early days after the fire, we've been tracking indoor contamination in standing structures, so looking at things like lead and arsenic and chromium, asbestos, lithium, all kinds of things inside of homes. As you know, there were 100-mile-an-hour winds, and a lot of homes were inundated with toxic ash. So because of the urban fire, there's very unique footprint to the ash that was deposited on our soil, our lands, as well as inside of our homes. And so Eaton Fire Residents United, we've spent a lot of time tracking the indoor contamination just to characterize it. For a living, I answer questions, so I'm kind of content neutral. My specialty is research methodology. So when there's a question that needs answering, I help figure out how we go about doing that in a valid and reliable way. And so what we've been doing is a major citizen science project looking at the indoor contamination as documented in industrial hygienist reports from homes. So these are professional tests and professional laboratories that have looked at this. And then we reflect it back to the community. So the idea here is community empowerment, right? Our knowledge allows us to understand the problems that we're facing, and everyone here is a problem solver, right? So we first need to characterize the problem to figure out good solutions for that problem. Throughout the course of last year, we also started moving into the outdoor contamination, looking at our soil, right? Because we have to think about our recovery in a very holistic way. We can't just address the indoors. We can't just address the outdoors. Everything is interconnected, right? We can't just address one lot, our neighbor's lot, our entire community, right? We have churches, schools, businesses, homes, right? And everything is interconnected. We occupy all of these different spaces. And so thinking about a holistic community-wide approach to recovery, right? When I think about returning, rebuilding, and recovering, I like to put the word safe in front of that, right? So the safe return, the safe rebuild, the safe recovery. And the good news is there's a lot of amazing people that are tackling this problem, right? We have a lot of amazing community-based organizations and community leaders that have risen to this challenge. And so I think, when it comes to soil remediation, right, we have lots of different options, and we'll hear about that today. I'm part of the team that looks at tracking this, right? Looking at effectiveness, looking at data, returning that to the community so that we can monitor what's working, what needs to be shifted and changed over time. And so we're in this for many, many years, right? So we need to set up the systems that we can track and learn about what's effective in addressing all of these contaminants, right? So some of it can be overwhelming. I'm not a soil scientist. I've learned a lot from my colleagues up here. It can be super overwhelming thinking about, like, how do I interpret my results, right? First, it's like, what do we test for? Right. And a lot of the free testing that's been available to folks has been very limited in nature. And part of that is because these have been propped up, and funded by philanthropy or higher education grants, right? So they're limited in what they can test and how they can test. These are not government, sort of organized activities. And so there's been a huge focus on documenting lead, right? And what we've learned even from documenting lead is that around half of the properties that have been tested are exceeding what is a safe threshold, right? A screening level that says, action is needed on this property. And what we've learned from the way that testing has been happening is that these are composite samples, meaning you go around your yard, right, and you pick up multiple, you spoon some dirt into a bag, and you are mixing, right, the soil from different parts of your lot. And so what that means, if you imagine like bath water, right, you've got like hot water, you mix it with cold water, you get warm water, right? So when we have a composite sample, it's this average basically from the lot. And so when you come back with an average, and if you look at CAP LA, USC Clean, the LA County Soil Testing Program, all of them are coming back with these composite results around 50% of properties, and give or take 5 percentage points. They're all pretty much similar. The two toxins that they're finding regularly are lead and arsenic, right? Other things come up frequently too, and our soil scientists here will tell you about that. But what that means is that when we've got about half of our properties coming back with lead that is exceeding, this threshold where action is needed, it means that there's probably hot spots on your property that are even higher, right? Because you mix hot, cold, you get medium, right? So we've got to think about really consulting with experts to come and figure out, where do we have these really hot spots on the property? Where do we really need to figure out these solutions, right? And another thing that I think can be overwhelming, as just a regular citizen, is these different thresholds, right? And so we'll hear today a little bit about thresholds and, when you, depending on who's analyzing the data, right, they're shaping the narrative, right? Everybody shapes the narrative. And so there's different thresholds, right? And some, we have a recent publication from the Department of Toxic Substances and Controls, right? And they've put out new communication around soil recovery after a fire, and they've established some of these screening thresholds, right? There's other thresholds from the EPA, there's other thresholds from Santa Susana Laboratory, right? There's all these different thresholds, and so as a citizen, you're like, well, which one do I believe, right? Which one is right for me? The way that I think about it is there's all different sort of safety screening levels, right? And if you think about speed limits, right, this is something we deal with every single day when you drive your car. When we're passing certain areas of town, like a school, we have a lower speed limit, right? When we get on a 2-lane highway, right, we might have a little bit higher speed limit. When we get on the freeway, the speed limit goes up. So what's considered, quote unquote, like a safe driving speed kind of varies depending on where you're driving, right? And where you're driving past, right? The context of that. So it's the same thing with soils. If you have children or you're immunocompromised or you're going to be actually, planting fruits and vegetables, you're going to want a lower screening limit, right? So just like that lower speed limit, you're going to want something a little bit more conservative. If you're not necessarily going to be using the land a lot, right? And you really just need to trap that contamination so that it's not spreading, you might go for a little bit of a higher screening limit, right? So think about it as empowerment. We have choices. And this stuff, we can figure out what is right for our families and our communities, but really in a holistic approach. So I'm going to pause there and turn it over to the actual experts in this, because this is just how I make sense of it. So thank you.
Christine's going to talk, and what they're going to be doing is talking about the processes they're doing for remediation. Then we're going to come to Danielle, who's going to talk about her soil testing machine and other ways that she is working to remediate. And then we'll talk here with Harry. He has 2 first names. That's always hard for me. And Harry is from the EPA, and he's going to talk to us about actually some of those numbers and where they come from. So, Christine.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Nicole, fantastic job. Gosh, you could tell we've been talking. This is great. Christine Lynches-Hinkle, founder president of 301 Organics. We are a small business here in Altadena. We've been doing soils work and organics management and recovery work for probably over 15, 20 years now in this neighborhood. I'm born and raised here in Altadena. I'm one of you. I've lost a lot. I haven't seen you in so long. See, oh my God, Avison. So, the work that I do now, we've definitely pivoted from regulatory compliance work with keeping organics out of the landfill and trying to recover that and putting it to best and highest use. We were at the Rose Bowl Stadium for 8 years, developing and designing and building out their organics recovery and diversion program. But at the same time, building a workforce, to learn all about this topic, this subject matter. We recovered that food waste. We turned it into compost, a soil amendment, a chemical-free fertilizer alternative, tested it on the grounds, and we're very, very close to a major transition at that institution. But then we have the fires came, and fortunately, it was a bittersweet moment, but right at the beginning, we were on the ground doing soils testing, knowing that the practice that we were practicing at the Rose Bowl Stadium was going to be the solution for everyone here on their property. Not just in the short term, where we needed to get the ground covered with living organic matter, but also thinking ahead, more long term, during rebuild, what's going to happen with the vegetation? It's going to continue to grow, right? And you're going to need to still manage it, right? And we're here to really try to impress upon you that material is valuable to you. There's a slew of biology. We're taking a biological approach to everything that we do right now because everything's been burned off. Everything's been charred up. The life has been sucked out of the ground. And that life is what supports life above ground, not just to support you and I as humans, but the plants that we eat, the animals that we eat and consume. They need to eat, the vegetation. So we need to really, our goal and mission is to help shift some mindsets and long-term landscape vegetation management practices for the future and the long term, because it's a cyclical process. What we do is not a one-time fix. we will need your partnership and your engagement and collaboration to continue these treatments in the long term, meaning we're going to be very disruptive to the system in terms of how we were managing our vegetation in the past. We were mowing and blowing, we were bagging and hauling, and we were depriving our properties of the very organic material and living organisms that are your soldiers on the ground, right? One thing to note is that we were very much, behind the scenes while everyone was just struggling to just survive, right? And find their way through this tragedy. I was fortunate enough to be at a distance, even though born and raised in Pasadena and Altadena and raised my kids here. I knew the community very, very well. I knew how to navigate and convened our workforce that we were working with at the Rose Bowl Stadium and began training, just began teaching, began delegating, this is what we need to do. And soils testing was the very first thing on the ground. We knew that data was going to be really, really important, not just from a soil health perspective, but data is evidence, right, for you. And how to manage that data so that you had it to prove that your properties were damaged from the fires. We wanted to collect that, right? And we needed to have as much of this data for you as possible down the road when it's needed. And now that things have settled somewhat, there's time to have these more extended conversations, but please know and trust that we are with you. Our team is small and mighty, but we've got all of our processes in place. There's many small businesses that have band together that are supporting one another for a common goal, which is to recover organic material that's being generated within the community, process that into the very product and biology that we need to put back onto your properties. We're losing a lot of tree trimmings and trees and mulch, and even we're losing food scraps too still. But we're on the front line. We have been on the front line. And as you'll see at our table, after a year's worth of data collection, both on the front end of collecting baseline information of where people's the contaminant levels are on each other's property. And yes, we were doing the hotspot testing because we wanted to go back to those sites and see how well our treatments were working. And I'm here to impart you with some hope that there is a path forward, that there is a process in place. We are seeing the data that's promising, okay? We're past that magic 30 mark of a data set that now we're seeing more normalized results. So please check out our poster boards by the table. But again, what's most important here is biology. It's a nature-based solutions approach. It's a non-mechanical, non-extractive, non-disruptive. It's the most gentle way to really revive our properties back. And honest to God, every time we do a treatment, everybody's face just lights up because there's a shift. You can feel the life already coming back under your feet. And yes, you can still walk on it. You can still mix it around. You can still disrupt it. The biology is extremely resilient, okay? But we need to partner with them. Okay, we need to understand how they operate, how they live underground. They need just as much resources and care as we do. We need water to drink, to keep hydrated. We need food to consume, to populate. The biology underground needs the same. Correct. Correct. Exactly. Soil microbiology, taking a biological approach. Versus, right. And although that scraping does have still a lot of minerals, yes, it has the analytes and the contaminants that may be concentrated, but that biology and that organic matter can do wonders to diffuse, to sequester, to mobilize, and reduce or mitigate for that exposure risk just from handling or wind disturbance or any other things like that. So our team is here. If you see our team, they are the next generation, okay? And we would love to be able to bring them up in this discipline, in this practice, and in this workspace. So treatments with us, you are supporting their future.
And they're right behind us.
And they're right behind us.
And we're going to now move to Danielle. She needs no more interaction. She can do her own.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hi, everybody. Great to see you, meet you. My name's Danielle Stevenson. I grew up in a polluted place, and so I've always been aware of how, and concerned about how pollution impacts people's health and also the environment that I love so much. So I went on to do urban agriculture and a lot of like school farm programs and agricultural work, and then find out that a lot of agricultural soils are contaminated as well. So the question, like, what can we do? How can we work with nature to address pollution in the environment has been really driving me over the last 15 years or so, and has led me on a path from organizing region-wide soil contaminant testing programs for farmers and then mapping those results and sharing free information about what to do about it, to community bioremediation programs, working with compost, fungi, plants to address that at different scales, all the way to doing a PhD in environmental toxicology in Riverside, where my dissertation studies actually focused on going out and visiting contaminated sites all around Southern California to identify native plants, fungi, bacteria, and test them to see which ones were, addressing contaminants found here. Then I tested those top combinations on 3 brownfields, so industrially contaminated sites in LA. And we saw really, really promising results to treat both metals like lead and arsenic and cadmium and hexavalent chromium, as well as a whole range of organic contaminants like diesel and so on. And I mention that because these are very similar contaminant profiles to what many of you may be dealing with on your sites that have been impacted by the fires. We've also worked on a lot of neighborhood-wide programs supporting residential sites that are dealing with contamination. We've also done a lot of work with neighborhoods dealing with contamination that are in a lawsuit. And so we work with methods for both testing and remediation that will meet. Should I pause? Yeah. Yeah, so we work with methods that meet folks' needs, right? Whether it's a residential site and the plan is to grow food and you're also needing the data to be something that will help you sell your home later or help with your insurance needs or a lawsuit or a legal situation. We also have worked on much larger scales, such as Superfund sites and industrially contaminated sites. So the methods we're working with are always designed for the region specifically. We've worked across the country and beyond, but we always work with combinations of plants and fungi and stuff that are tailored to the region, tailored to the site and the needs, and are quite scalable. And we often work with high school students and community members as well to, again, pass along these methods. Currently doing this work through a local nonprofit called the Center for Applied Ecological Remediation. It's a mouthful, but basically we're talking about working with nature to not only address the pollution on site, but also, restore the ecology. And yeah, we actually have the ability to support y'all with some free and subsidized remediation services. So we do have a table here. We are going to be working through local case management services to help make sure the free services we can offer are getting to the folks most in need. So like if you're underinsured or your insurance isn't going to cover some of this soil work, please do reach out. We can give you more information about how to get some of these free and subsidized services. Even if we can't, even if you're not eligible for those free or subsidized programs, we are happy to provide, guidance and help you in making decisions about, what soil testing is needed, what, remediation options might be available to you. And I was hoping to, maybe we can get into questions. I'd love to share a little more about what are the remediation options available to you. Dig and dump maybe is right for you, right? Maybe just covering the soil and preventing yourself from getting exposed is going to be right for you. Or maybe some of the biological approaches Christine and us are working with might be right for you. So ask later. I got to wrap up, but feel free to come find us, contact us later, or ask a question if you want to know more about any of that.
There'll be more soil workshops in them afterwards, too. So follow up with both Christine and Danielle. And now Harry
All right.
is
Thank
going
you
to
very
tell
much.
us he's from the EPA.
Yes. So, yeah, really pleased to be here and very excited that EPA, I'm in the Superfund division, but EPA, they actually asked me to come because they heard from Greg and they said, this is compelling. Why don't you go out there and be at this meeting? So cheers to you, Greg, for getting EPA's attention. I'm an EPA Superfund employee. I've been working in this space for almost 30 years now. My father worked in this space, and funny enough, he did exactly what you do, Danielle, bioremediation, various types at industrial sites, everything from remote sheep dip vats to, like out on the range, to oil spills we bioremediated, to Agent Orange in Vietnam. I mean, the whole gamut of industrial sites. I myself worked on a lot of mine sites being in California, in Arizona, and often used compost at those sites. But back to why I'm here. So I'm in the emergency response program. So basically, we're going to oil spills and fires. We're going right along with the county. I was at an oil spill just yesterday nearby. We ride along with the county, and then we get polluters to clean those sites up, or we use the Superfund to do it ourselves. So I've got a long history doing that. Everything from uranium mining to radioactive contamination to fireworks, all sorts of weird stuff. Funny enough, this particular business of responding to wildfires has consumed EPA, especially in California, since about 2007. So the fires have been so big, and including so many strange contaminants, that we've been tasked by FEMA to get out there and check each property. So when you drive around, you see little signs they complete with our little logo. That's my team that did that work. Thank you. You're welcome. It's a great honor to do it. I live nearby. I'm in South Pasadena. I had a little bit of soot and ash and smoke on my own property. But I've been to 10 or so big wildfires in California and in Lahaina. And what we do is we go first in, we pick up the hazmat, we look for batteries, munitions, propane tanks, paint, anything dangerous, and we scoop that stuff up and we get out of the area. In this case, with the administration change, we got a 30-day notice. Get this done in 30 days. We brought about 300 EPA men and women from around the country to assist, and another 1,300 contractors from all over, including people we trained in Lahaina. They came here from Saipan doing a typhoon response in Guam. They came here to help EPA get our mission done in 30 days. It was a big burnout. A lot of us were just totally shell-shocked after we had a counseling program, the whole 9 yards. But, dealing with this contrast between only being able to get the worst of the worst and our regular job of treating communities and trying to get in there and address contamination has been a challenge. That was a big part of our challenge. And since I live nearby and have this skill set, I really wanted to contribute, in particular in this school that the three of these fine colleagues have talked about, both measurement, application of compost, and bioremediation. So I'm real pleased EPA allowed me to come out. They had me doing soil testing here the last 2 weeks to sort of cover up some of the, or address some of the things we missed. I don't know, that was a Freudian slip. Anyhow, so happy to be here and really happy to give advice. So EPA, because of this work we've done, including mine reclamation, we have about 50 years of information and advice on how to do bioremediation and compost. And I've consolidated some of that for a public document, hopefully we'll release. But just to say, I'm meant to talk about the action levels, the 80 versus the 200, and how this relates to these tailored solutions. Because as a practitioner,
what he means is there are different numbers from the feds and the state.
And the state.
That's what he's talking about, the difference.
Yeah, and almost every hazardous substance has a number. There's a number for polyaromatic hydrocarbons. There's numbers for different ranges of oil. There's numbers for exogenous, organic contaminants like toxaphene being an herbicide. We have these numbers for soil exposure. And they're based on toxicological studies and epidemiological studies. Some of these contaminants cause cancer and others just pose other toxic hazards. Lead is not a cancer-causing agent, but it poses toxic risks, and arsenic, on the other hand, is a cancer-causing agent. So with lead, there's no safe level of lead, but we deal with a lot of lead. There's lead all over. Background levels in LA I've seen as high as 180 or even higher. I've done property assessments in LA related to businesses and abandoned businesses and cleanups as well in Oakland and in Los Angeles. So we've got these numbers we've got to use. So when we approach a site, we sample that soil, not unlike the way Nicole described. We do a combination of hotspot testing and area-wide testing. The area-wide testing is meant to fit the assumptions of a person living on a property and getting a small amount of contamination each day. The difference between the 80 and the 200, EPA has 200 and the state has 80, is that there are more modeling assumptions in the EPA number, and it's a little more flexible. It's not as conservative or as protective, you could argue, because the other one is more precautionary, but there's a lot more flexibility. And so at EPA, we try to adjust that action level, not unlike Nicole said, to suit the circumstances that we're dealing with. If there's a child present or if that child's got other sources of lead contamination in their life, we lower our action level. If it's a mine site where the lead is primarily in an inert species like lead sulfate or arsenopyrite, we can raise the action level and clean up less or differently. And interestingly, with compost and bioremediation, you get a combination of effects. In some situations, especially with the organics, you can degrade the chemical itself, like Agent Orange. I've seen actual Agent Orange degraded by bacteria in site. But with metals, you don't have that principle as readily available to you. You can do things like uptake the metals with plants, but for the most part, with metals, we try to stabilize the soil. And compost is particularly good at this, both because it addresses the fine fraction, which we have after fires. We got a lot of dust. The dust has more lead. If we can address that dust, we can reduce risk. It addresses the chemical speciation sometimes. The compost actually interacts with the lead to make it less soluble. And humic acid also will retain and bind both metals and organics in place. And at the same time, get this great environmental benefit of rejuvenating a property. So just as an environmentalist, I've had to dig and haul a lot of stuff, and I have to decide that each time we approach a site. The opportunity to use compost here is super exciting as an EPA person, as an environmentalist, and I just want to applaud everybody here for taking that on and seeing what we can do to assist.
And we have time for 2 questions. There's so much knowledge here that can't really be imparted in the amount of time that we have. I really feel like, you really need, to capture each of these people and talk to them. Christine.
I have a quick question. There's not a lot of talk about the asbestos that might be in the soil. My house was on a slab, had asbestos probably underneath the tile. There was a lot of asbestos that they cleaned up, but they stayed within that, burn area.
Yeah.
And then we had rains, and so is that something I should be testing for in the soil? Can someone come out and take a look?
Go ahead.
I could probably speak to that just because For the full year that we were gathering or doing testing, not one of our samples from the properties in the soil showed up positive for asbestos. Yeah, we were. Yeah, we were. And we were also testing for VOCs but that wasn't coming back high either, like not above thresholds. So after that year and after having analyzed everything, now we're scaling back and just for our purposes to document, for your purpose, to show damage and then, get reimbursements. We're limiting it now to just the hydrocarbons, so the diesel, gasoline, and motor oil category of hydrocarbons, and then the CAM-17 heavy metals. Yeah.
But that testing is important, right? That's how you would, if you suspect that there's asbestos, test for it, right? Test for it and make the plan. Every site is different, right?
So I know what they do when they're in a structure or whatever, but they can do the same
Yes,
thing by
yeah.
just going out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hi,
Michael.
Michael Whitman here from Blue Sky Biochar. I've been working with biochar for 20 years, and I have worked in remediation projects. And what we have found with biochar, in addition to all the mitigation processes that we're doing, biochar is the one that really is the long-term sequester of lead and cadmium and all the heavy metals that microbiology is just not going to really affect. Can limit some of its effects, but to really lock it up, biochar will sequester it permanently in its cell, in its structure, and make it unavailable to the environment. Biochar is charcoal for soil. We're going to be doing a demo here a little later, so anybody wants to learn about that. But have you done any testing or that with biochar?
Not too much. We do want to do testing with it. I would love to chat.
Well,
yeah,
we should definitely
I
talk
am
about
curious, it. Yeah, with a lot of the stabilization approaches for metals, just to note, they're reversible, which means that like a change in the soil pH or other conditions might remobilize them, and because they don't break down. So just something to consider. If you are using a stabilization approach, you have to monitor it and like potentially keep reapplying, like if it's compost. So I just wanted to say that. So if you're applying compost
there is a
or
difference.
something,
There is a difference
Yes.
with biochar and compost and all those other things, because
Absolutely.
biochar is a fixed carbon that lasts for thousands of years. So it has the ability to, we have seen in research that it does lock them up pretty much permanently, yet still allowing cation exchange with the positive nutrients in biology that the root systems and the microbiology are in contact with. So we have seen incredible. I'm working on a project near Six Flags Magic Mountain. They're ordering 2,000 yards of biochar for this project to do.
So,
It's
Michael,
both storm drain and
We want other
sequestration.
questions too.
Sure.
Thank you.
I got one more announcement. Could you take me? We have no porta potties here, folks. But wait. I have just built a composting toilet up there, and it's good to go. And this is what
Is there
we're
some
talking
biochar
about.
in it too?
Yes, there is. Tell them what's in the.
All right.
There's biochar and bokashi in there.
I'm sure
Bokashi
there's
for
gonna be
breaking
more,
down.
So
Yeah.
organic material.
Yes.
So, Rebecca, would you like to?
I can speak louder.
No, we won't get it recorded.
And how to use it is self-explanatory.
Thank you, Ray.
I have a quick question for Harry. So at the very beginning, we're so sorry you guys had to do that so quickly. We understand what a crazy mess it was. I was in 2 weeks after the fire and saw how crazy it was. Is it possible that we could work with the EPA to get a team of triage arborists in at the beginning? Because all these trees were marked with permanent white paint, and people still to this day don't understand what that paint means.
You know what? Some of that was us. Our arborist came with me on
we
January
understand
18th. You know, we were trying to make sure our crews would be safe.
Right.
And the later crews. But yeah, and these arborists were amazing, by the way. They were super excited to be here. They all went to the Arboretum on the one day off.
Yeah. They marked a lot of trees
They
that
marked a
shouldn't
lot
have
of
been
trees.
marked.
I think honestly, yes, this is something that could be addressed.
Can we give you a card
Yeah,
and we
yeah,
can
yeah.
coordinate?
It's not
Because
my-
we would love to be
It's not my
involved.
space, but those people work for me, so we can talk. Yeah.
Okay.
Not on the panel, but
Yep.
Hi, Chianti Ecolove. I worked to get the Conservation Corps here today. Didn't happen, but I did speak with.
Talking to that, please.
Okay. I did speak with the Conservation Corps all the way down in Seal Beach, near Long Beach, and they've been up here and they've done work on the trees. So
Well, we're talking about arborists at the very beginning that are should be working with the EPA, who is doing the initial a survey of hazards that their people are going to run into, specifically if there's a possible hazard of a tree limb or another. But the problem is they marked it with white paint that is not what is considered landscape marking, and also they were dealing with hazards that sometimes are based on where a structure might be as opposed to not, and where people might walk. So having arborists with them would make sure they didn't put X's on trees that were going to live.
It was an initial thing, and I realized they had to come through quickly to protect their crews, and so there was so much going on.
I can put you in touch with some people.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
For us, it was
So we-
partially that they didn't know the species.
Right.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question for our esteemed, could you hand it back, Rebecca, to me I think her name is Anne.
Annie.
I can read from here. Can you believe that?
So I have a few questions, but the big one is the thresholds that you guys are able to get down to after treatments. Do you see those thresholds being accepted by the municipal and or insurance agencies that need to confirm the cleanup before rebuilding?
Good question. I probably have. I can't point to a specific, case where they've been reimbursed, but monies that have been paid out to property owners for this type of work, they've allocated. So it's not the chicken before the egg. It's like we're still kind of in it. But the more data we're collecting now, the stronger the case is going to be. And luckily, now that Harry's on this panel, we can actually use his status as leverage to then start looking at the data that we've collected specifically for Altadena, right? And the site conditions, and the climatic conditions and the scenario that happened, and draw some correlations and then build the case that maybe we need to revisit at a higher level, policy change, and adopt some other preemptive first response actions versus being reactionary, right?
I'm going to add fire remediation costs in my SCE lawsuit. I just put a note.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
there's
Oh, they
like I
are
said,
going to pay
there's-
for that.
there's
They are.
precedent.
Oh, you're going to ask for that. I do want to add, though, that what is coming up in conversation, and for everyone to know, to really stand up for soil, not dirt. Dirt goes below the foundation, right, for structural support. Please do not conflate dirt with soil. Soil is the living part of the ground outside of the structural footprint. So when your insurance company comes back to you and says, we don't insure dirt, and you're like, well, I'm not talking about dirt. I'm talking about my landscape material that got damaged and needs replacement.
All right.
Very different.
All right, Marianne, and we're recording this, so it's.
Sorry, I have something to add to that. If I just want, because it's really important, I think. If you are involved in a potential legal situation or an insurance reimbursement situation, it is going to be really important for whoever is you hire to do your soil testing and post remediation testing to follow EPA methods and have defensible everything. And so we have seen that so I just wanted to raise that if you didn't have enough sample size, if EPA full chain of command wasn't followed in the collection and the lab it was sent to, and then how, it might not end up being defensible. So something to keep in mind. Make sure you hire a folks who can follow all those methods and have defensible soil test results.
Thank you. Just a quick one. I'm Mary Alice. Danielle, I wanted to know what your favorite fungi are for remediating soil. I assume you follow Paul Stamets, and I don't know if there's certain mushrooms that are doing the job of breaking up toxins and cleaning the soil.
Yeah, that's a fun question. I have a few. It's a real mouthful. One of my favorite ones are arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. Realize that's epic. Thank you. Yes. They're amazing. They really help plants grow in impacted soils. And in my research, I found that they can also help plants, certain plants pull up more of those metals to remove them from the soil. And then we also typically combine those plant helper fungi with decomposer fungi that are really good at breaking down the extra hard to break down contaminants like dioxins and some of the really nasty stuff after fires, PFAS even, that bacteria have a little bit of a hard time with. So we tend to work with a combination of those two categories. The exact species depends on the site and the contaminants and things like that.
Got any spores?
We do. We have you covered for that. If you need spores, check us out. We have some just on display at our table.
Thanks. Thank you. And we have one more. Yes. Oh, wait, let's get that mic over to you. All right, that's the last question. You'll have to tackle the
Is this
panelist.
on? Is this on? This is on. Oh, I was just wondering if when you test the soil initially, like right after the fires, and then you test them a year later, same soil, is there a difference? Does the contaminant dissipate over time, or does it get worse? Does it get better?
There's a lot of fluctuation, right? So this is a long-term kind of monitoring situation. In theory, things get diffused, right? So you've got diffusion happening that could come from rainfall, could come from some of the microbiology, but we've also got activities that are increasing contamination on lots of like trees that have collected a bunch of dust and toxic dust, and then it rains and it comes back on our property, or wind blowing and moving things around, right? And so construction and sort of redisturbing properties, right? So it's complex, I would say. And this is the importance of that testing and monitoring and not expecting a quick fix, right? So looking at things regularly in a treatment phase every 3 months or whatnot, right? So there's going to be fluctuations, and that's to be expected. But the trend that we're looking for is that overall decline, right? And that's what we've seen historically. So, and in the promising early data.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we
Yeah.
are. And what's really cool is that we wanted to get a quick snapshot of our treatments, and so we were able to turn around results within 2 to 3 weeks, just to see if we were on the right track. Was the biology that we reintroduced? Is it populating? Is there a tick up in that biology? Are the elements going down? Whether they went down below threshold or not, if we were seeing a tick down, then in 2 to 3 weeks, we're like, okay, we're on the right track. Let's stay on this track, but we've got to still maintain it. We are now at that point where we're collecting 3-month, 4-month, 6-month samples after the initial treatment from last year's treatment. So we're getting more data back, but the fluctuation part, this is very key. This is not a linear process. We are hypothesizing, and actually it's being validated in the science that, our plants, they sequester carbon from the atmosphere. They pull that carbon down and then transpose that underground. So you can just imagine carbon particulates, right, being captured by the leaves of the surface of the plants. The rainfall comes, it flushes off, it goes back into the soil. You test after a rainfall event, you might have higher levels.
And there is a lot of, I would say, particulate transportation that still continues because of the failure of all of our sites to be remediated. And we have a terrific group here. I want you to give them a hand. And I think EFRU has still information on how you can still get soil testing. And we're going to let Greg, he's anxious to talk to you. But thank you all for your attention, and thank everybody here for all you've done.
Thank
Greg, I'm giving it to you now.
Good job, team. In a minute, not right now, but in a minute, we have some lunch for you back here. I've already heard that it's delish. It's provided by Fair Oaks Burgers. And Fair Oaks, you might know, has been supporting our community for a long time. And they were paid for their efforts by the foundation, charitable foundation called Support and Feed, that I think is by the Billie Eilish Family Foundation. Right? Go buy her whatever they do. Don't do albums anymore, do they? Whatever they have, go buy it. Don't borrow it from your friend. Go buy it. And what else? I've learned more today about fungi than I have in a long time. I've been called a fungi my whole life. But now I know that there's other ways to interpret that, and I appreciate that differentiation. Who's learned something today? Anybody? All right. Who's ready for even more stuff after we eat lunch? Very cool, right? Okay, we'll see you back here in about 45 minutes. Demos. All right, so there are about 14 different tables around here. We're going to be creating some biochar over here. There are bins over here that are compost bins that we're going to use to remediate our own soil, as you see in process, but also share that with the community. All kinds of tables here from the Department of Mental Health, Climate Facts. I mean, on and on. These people are great. Please check them out, ask them questions.
There's a couple other resources I want to point out. At a table over there, we have some information from Habitat for Humanity that has an accelerator fund for soil bioremediation. So that's amazing. They have up to $10,000 per household available. We have a post-fire soil cleanup decision guide to help you figure out the right cleanup path for your property. We have a QR code to Eaton Fire Residents United. If you are not already a member of that organization, that's a way that you can help stay up to date on indoor and outdoor contamination as well as resources. And then we also have a fire resilient bioremediation and landscape recovery consortium that is funded by the California Community Foundation. Right now we are doing a soil assessment survey for folks to gauge interest in bioremediation and knowledge. Responses to that will be compiled to apply for additional grants for our community to demonstrate need and interest in workforce development, education, as well as treatment for sites. So multiple things that you can scan to participate if you want to keep going down this path.
Cool. Thank you. Let's eat.
Okay, I'm not really good at this kind of public speaking, so I had some help writing this tribute to Dr. Elaine Ingham. This poster board of her life's work was over on my table, and she just recently passed away on Monday. She was a mentor of mine and really taught me and opened up my eyes to the life under the ground, all of the microbes in the soil and the ecosystem beneath our feet that we have really ignored and neglected and really didn't understand. And I'm going to get choked up just talking about it free flowing like this. So I'm going to read a write-up here. So this is my tribute to Dr. Elaine Ingham. There are people whose presence alters the course of a life so profoundly that the world looks different afterward. Clearer, more connected, more alive. For me, Dr. Elaine Ingham was one of those rare and irreplaceable guides. She opened a doorway into the living world beneath our feet, and in doing so, she opened a doorway inside of me as well. Elaine was a pioneer long before the world was ready to understand what she saw and knew. She was a trailblazer who refused to look away from the truth in the soil, even when it challenged long-held assumptions. She carried her science with a kind of fearlessness but also with a compassion that made her teachings accessible to anyone willing to listen. She embodied a balance that is almost impossible to find: professionalism and warmth, rigor and intuition, precision and generosity. She led with wisdom, but also with care, nurturing, and a kind of grounded love that made people feel capable of seeing what she saw. Her patience was unmatched. Her steadiness was a gift. Her ability to guide people gently out of their own narrow perspectives and into the vast, intricate world of soil biology was something I have never experienced with any other teacher or mentor. She didn't just teach science. She taught a way of seeing, a way of paying attention, a way of honoring the life that makes all other life possible. I was fortunate to walk beside her as a collaborator and partner in our work at the Rose Bowl Stadium, where we developed testing protocols, interpreted data together, and applied compost extracts and teas to the grounds. Those early pilot studies were more than experiments. They were the beginning of a new way of thinking about land care, a new way of restoring ecosystems by restoring the biology that sustains them. The work we did together there became the foundation for what is now being applied across the Eaton Fire Zone, where her teachings continue to guide the recovery of soils scarred by fire. I know she would be proud, deeply proud, to see her science being used to heal the land after the Eaton and Palisades fire. Proud that her life's work is not sitting on a shelf, but living in the soil, in the hands of people who believe in the power of biology, in the communities rebuilding from the ground up. Proud that her legacy is not just knowledge, but action. Elaine changed the way I see the world. She changed the way I work, the way I listen. Maybe not so much, I don't know. The way I understand life itself. Her influence is woven into every decision I make in the field, every treatment we apply, every conversation I have with a homeowner trying to understand what comes next after fire. She is present in the soil we restore, in the ecosystems we help bring back to life, and the movement she catalyzed, one that continues to grow because she taught us how to see. For all of this and for so much more, I carry deep, deep gratitude. Her guidance shaped me personally and professionally. Her mentorship expanded my understanding of what is possible. And her spirit continues to live in the work we do, in the landscapes we heal, and in the communities who benefit from her vision. So thank you, Elaine, for everything you gave, your brilliance, your courage, your heart, and your unwavering belief in the life beneath our feet. Your legacy is alive, and it is growing. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Christine's been kind of a mentor to me too about soil, and she's been talking to me for years, and I finally listened to her. only took a burning my house down. So my wife just left, but she would agree. It takes a while to get through my head. Anyhow, hope you're enjoying this. We're going to culminate here with two more panel discussions. This next one is moderated by Nicole McCullough, who you've seen. Where is she? Nicole? Oh, there you are. Anyway, thanks for and her panelists are going to be Jeffrey Cox, who you've seen with LA County Health Mental Health Department, and Catherine Peoples, I think, is not here. Catherine, are you here? Okay, so we're going to have a substitute to talk about the economics of recovery, and then Christine Lenches-Sinkel will talk a little bit about more. So what we think you can take away from here is 3 steps. If you haven't started the testing and remediation problem, here's what you need to do. 1, 2, 3. Same thing with mental health. If you feel like you're challenged in that area, like I was, please seek assistance. And we have Jeffrey here, who's the subject matter expert. And then, come on over here. Gilda, right? Gilma is with Climate Facts, and she's Gilda Brash, and she's going to help us understand the steps that we can take to make sure that we're economically healthy through the process. Okay, so Nicole, you want to come on up? Thanks.
USC, right? Yes, indeed. Okay, USC in the house. Trojans. Okay, who else is Trojans? Woo, okay.
I gotta say I'm also a Bruin though, so. Two houses, yes. Huh. It's true. Huh. Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for sticking around. We have a great panel planned for you. This is really a panel about, taking action. What do we need to do around mental health, finances, and the actual addressing our soil health through bioremediation? This can be super overwhelming, right? For many fire survivors that have been through all this, it can be super paralyzing to have so many things to think about. This session really is about how do we kind of get that anchor of safety and peace of mind? Where do we start, right? What are our choices? Where do we go from here, given this high stress, sort of cognitive burden, overload, context? So year 2, we're taking action, right? So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeffrey, who's going to share a little bit more about himself, and would love to know a bit about steps to navigate overwhelm, depression, the fire-related stressors, and really that big picture toll on survivors. So if you could speak a little bit to that, that would be wonderful.
Yes, absolutely. Just to give you a little background. So my degree is in social work. So I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I've been practicing for about 30 years now, mostly on the East Coast. I've worked with primarily at-risk teens, but I do individual work working with families, couples, running groups. And as I went further into my career, I recognized and got a little disappointed that it just felt like talk therapy wasn't really helping a lot of the families I was working with and seeing young people. There wasn't a connection there. I started moving into DBT work, which was dialectical behavioral therapy by Marsha Linehan, who created an approach that kind of verified and it was empirically based research to say, here are the techniques and the interventions that work. So I did a lot of work around that. And that also introduced me to this idea of doing somatic work or bringing in understanding that you have to heal the body and not just the mind, where you have to have a meditative practice when you're doing DBT, and the clients do it, practitioners as well. Psychosomatic. Yeah, well, psychosomatic is what comes up exactly. Yeah, the connection. But the neuroscience now that we have today is making it a lot easier for us to understand how we can really support and help. And we were just talking about this in the corner, but what we're understanding and what we know is with any type of a disaster, immediately what happens, and if I gave you a quick neuroscience of...
My job is twofold.
In any type of disaster-related incident, anything that's a shock to the system, just very simply what's happening in the body and the brain is that when things are fine, you're in rest digest state, your parasympathetic nervous system is operating. When a crisis comes up, you go into your parasympathetic state. And you go into sympathetic state. The parasympathetic state, your prefrontal cortex is online. You're working bilaterally with both hemispheres of your brain. Everything's good. This is your compassion, empathy. Everything comes from here. Things are good. You're working within your window of tolerance. Then when a crisis happens, this goes offline. Your brain is not working bilaterally as much anymore, and then it's pretty much fragmented, and then you go into what we call coping or trauma response, depending on how severe it is. If it's a trauma response or coping, it's fight, flight, freeze, appease. So fight, you're going to fight your way out of this danger, and this is 10 million years old in our evolution. It helps us get away from a dinosaur if it was going to come up and grab us. Freeze is dissociating, so we block out and forget the trauma. We don't want to think about anything. And then appease, people pleasing. We put other people's need before our own, and then we neglect or stop taking care of ourselves. The other thing on the somatic level is that then the body starts shutting down, where now you're going to have a hypervigilance or be hyper aroused. You're not sleeping sleeping, you're not eating necessarily right, you're having reoccurring thoughts, preoccupation, nightmares, you become hypervigilant, or you get into the dissociative state where you freeze and then you're not getting out of bed, you're not able to do anything, you can't complete tasks, you take care of everyone else and can't take care of yourself. And these are okay because when it's adaptive and coping, that's fine. It becomes a problem when it becomes maladaptive. And when it's maladaptive, it means that it's interfering with your daily functioning. So a lot of the clients that are coming into me now, the thing that's happening is they're feeling this at a very high level, very intense. I usually do a simple, on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the most anxious stress you are, 1 being the least, where are you at? Most people are coming in at a 9 or a 10 still, even after the fires. They talk about constantly experiencing, dreaming about the fires at night. And I have to, what I do when they're coming in at the first time, I have to understand what am I looking at? And I put it in a tier system, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. If you were someone who got a late evacuation, or you saw the fires coming, or you're evacuating in the Palisades area, you're evacuating in your car with tons of people, there's a bottleneck, but now they're telling you get out of your car and start walking to safety if you can. That's a tier 1. People that are experiencing that are finding that their executive functioning is impaired. They can't just, they start losing interest in things that they used to like to do. So anhedonia. So I have a grandparent who's like, I used to love playing with my 6-year-old granddaughter, and now I just don't have the energy or the motivation to kind of play with her. I'm noticing I'm getting irritable, angry at my partner. We're fighting a lot. Teens are just checking out. They're just not motivated to do anything, not wanting to do physical activity, sports, things like that. So all of those things, when it starts impacting or affecting your daily functioning, then we need to find out if I do 1 or 2 sessions with you, you should start feeling a little better. And these are somatic exercises. I do not just the talking, I do breathing relaxation, visualization exercises. Most people come back the next time and say, I'm feeling better. If things are not changing, then I know it's more severe, and I'm maybe referring you to a doctor who can evaluate or say if medication management temporarily might be helpful. The only real quick thing I'll say about the medication piece is I was very against medication the first 10 years that I was in practice, but once I saw its effectiveness, when you're being treated correctly by a doctor who's trained in psychotropic medications, you do get relief pretty quickly, and the medicines we're using are safe. So maybe for 6 months to a year, you might have to be on something. And even very simply now, where you don't have to test a lot, they give you can take a DNA test, a swab, and they can do a DNA test to see which medications your body would metabolize or work best with, so you're not running all over the place trying to figure it out. But I do see what feels really good in my work. We're doing short-term crisis intervention. I'm applying the tier system. I'm differentiating between, is this CPTSD or PTSD? PTSD is, I saw the fires, I never had issues before, now I'm having nightmares. CPTSD is, I had all these other events prior to the fires, things have happened in my life that have been difficult, and the fires will open that door too. So prior to the fires, most people would have had maybe childhood adversity or other life experiences that were stressful, and you can ignore that, but once the fires happen, it's a Pandora's box. It opens up everything. So by session 3, so I start off with your fire origin story. I want to know, how did you get here? So I call it Beyond Therapy, now, before, and after. So the first time we're meeting, it's what's your origin story for the fire. Next, what's your origin story of where you come from, who are you? And then the after is, what do we need to do to support you, to help you based on where you are? So once we get that going, after that, the techniques that I'm teaching it's not that you need an expert or me to do this. The breathing relaxation materials, once you practice doing that, you will see that your nervous system on its own wants to come back down. Your body, your brain and your body, your spirit is saying, I just need you to pay attention to me right now. And wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So I believe from a somatic place, I did my training at the Embody Lab. What I believe, based even on the model that they use, the training platform, you don't need experts. In the classes that I were in with like 800 people from all over the world, we had massage therapists, Reiki practitioners, doctors, family members who had other family members who had chronic illnesses. So these are techniques and things anybody can learn. So I hope hopefully in the mental health field, we're moving away from there's an expert who's going to teach or tell you how to do what you need to do to feel better, but teach you how to do what you need to do to feel better. So you're the expert over you. So.
Amazing information. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Yeah. And before we move on, I want to just ask one more kind of two-part question. One, if you could speak just briefly on anything you've noticed related to the connection between contamination, these contamination concerns, right? It's really hard to go all of a sudden into a space that your environment is, you know, kind of like the enemy. My house became toxic, right? It was a really, really hard mental shift for me. And the land that we love, right? There's a lot of fear and just anxiety, I think, that gets kicked up. So I'm wondering if you have any just thoughts, wisdom that you can share related to contamination concerns in mental health. And then also if you could share what you know about like available resources. So one thing I know about is like the Altadena Healing Village. I didn't know about that for a long time, right? And it would be great if you have like any sort of next steps for folks as far as how they could access some of the things you talked about or other available resources.
Yes, absolutely. In relationship to the contamination and environmental factors, I'm lucky that I work within the county. Individuals like at LAPTA who are dealing directly with these issues, and they're going on the front lines and advocating and fighting. So a quick story is FEMA did come in at the beginning and was okaying a lot of things, and the person who's in charge of construction and authorization for those things were like, nope, this doesn't seem right. Brought in an outside agency who could do the retesting, and it was found that there was contamination and it needed to be taken care of. The level of resources also recently, we had to move some of our elderly population because they're starting remediation, and we're noticing the hardest part of that job when we went in where, you know, they had to throw away a lot of their stuff and belongings they weren't allowed to take with them. And these are older folks who are really cherishing a lot of these things. And then the unknown, the uncertainty of it's going to take them a year to be out of their residence. They're going to, they're not sure, a lot of them, not where they're going to be going or where they're going to be staying and what is it going to look like coming back and if they're going to be able to come back because this is the community that they have. The thing I was able to do was to utilize, I took my outreach workers because a lot of our outreach was done, and I started reassigning them to be case managers so that they go to do the nitty gritty of, you know, we're going to help you move. We're going to help you pack. We're going to walk through this with you. Even for me, that the day of, there was a mix-up with the U-Haul trucks and the storage. So I ran around all morning making sure I could get that done, finding volunteers, finding drivers. So there's a lot of community work that has to go in and be involved. And we were talking about this earlier, the connections with persons in other agencies. EFC is really great for that. And the way I work is when I meet you, I give you my cell number, and that direct contact with knowing who to call so you're not having to deal or handle a 1-800 number is really important. And I keep for my own edification, I'm just constantly going to different agencies and finding out what do you do, how do you serve, who's in your population, and just keep growing and renewing those resources as it comes up. And what was your last question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're covering
Oh,
just
great.
access to resources.
Access to resources.
Yeah,
I would say, just real quick, if you haven't been to the Eden Fire Collaboratory, that's a great place to start. It's like one-stop shopping. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Awesome. Thank you. I think it's fantastic just to even validate that there are unique sort of emotions that come up in that process, whether you are, a total loss survivor or a standing structure survivor. There's unique, just mental health challenges that come along with that. So thank you so much. We are going to turn it over next to our amazing speaker who is going to help walk us through some just thoughts around steps with financial pieces, right? So for me personally, this fire has been financially devastating. I know for so many people, financially devastating. And even thinking about soil remediation, it's something really hard when it feels so inaccessible. When insurance doesn't cover it, it feels like just one more thing that we've got to figure out. And so it's easy to go to that hopeless or overwhelmed space. And so would love to hear a little bit more about what we can do financially to help make sure that we're in in a good place for peace of mind and safety. Thank you. Please.
On testing. Hi. Hi, I'm Gilda Brash with Climate Facts, and I'm working in conjunction with USC with the Greif Center at Marshall School of Business. Thank you, Doctor. First of all, can you please lead us in a calming exercise because of that crackling fire right there? Wow. That's spitting off embers. I don't know.
Yeah, would you like to have a moment? Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a little moment. This is your expertise. Let's have a little moment.
Didn't even think, but I did, to be honest, when I was sitting, I saw an ash come by and I wondered and say, okay. But thank you for speaking out and thank you for saying something. So real quick, the only thing I think could be helpful is just recognizing that wherever you're going to put your attention to your thoughts and your body, that's where you're going to notice. And a lot of it is around not needing to change or fix anything, but just being present and acknowledging and validating what you're feeling in that moment. And then something that can be helpful afterwards is then to verbalize one word adjective to verbalize how you're feeling in that moment. So what we'll do is we're going to just do like maybe a 1 minute, a minute and a half, just a moment to sit in silence. There's no wrong or right way to do it. And then I'm just going to guide you through and talk you through some ideas and suggestions you can do. The way this works is that we call this trauma-informed work. So what that means is that I'm aware and conscious that you need to be able to have agency to do whatever you need to do that feels right for you to do that. One thing could be putting out the fire. Absolutely. Thank you. No, thank you. So it means just do what feels right for you right now in this moment. If I make any suggestions, just do what your body is telling you it needs to do. So if you feel comfortable right now, you can take a choice to feel supported by the chair. Allow yourself to be in whatever position that feels right and comfortable for you. You can close your eyes. You can keep your eyes open. Just notice and be aware of your breathing at this moment. Notice the breath. Notice the inhale, the exhale. Notice the temperature in the air. Any sounds that are around us, the wind blowing, the leaves rustling, voices in the distance in the background, noises that are close or near. And again, just notice your breath. And then bring your awareness and attention to your body right now. Is it needing anything? Are you feeling hydrated? Are you hungry? Any thoughts, any emotions that might come in, not to remove them, just to be aware of them. And notice that there's no difference between a positive or a negative emotion. All emotions are valid. Fear, anger, sadness, shame. And now visualize yourself being in a place that feels safe and secure for you. A person, thing, a place, or an event. If it's a place, it could be a beach or walking through the forest, by a lake, maybe driving in your car, flying in an airplane. Being with loved ones. If it's a person, see their face, their smile. And just allow yourself to be in whatever place that feels safe and secure for you. And for 1 minute, I'm just going to let you sit in that silence and just be aware. And starting now, 1 minute. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. And slowly, just again, allow yourself to be present in the chair. Feel your feet supported by the earth. Your lower back, your upper back. Bringing your awareness back to the space. Taking a moment just to open your eyes if you're ready. Acclimate to what's around you again, just looking around, noticing. And let's bring our attention to the more than human world. Look at the grass, the trees, the plants. Listen to the sounds of nature that are around us. The softness of the earth that's under our feet. The smells that are in the air, and just bring it in. Notice one thing. And bringing yourself back to this moment, into the conference.
Thank you,
Doctor.
Jeffrey. Gilda, take it away.
So, thank you for that. So I've developed what's basically TurboTax for your recovery. How many people here actually had a loss from the fires? Now, I did not personally, but I used to live in the Palisades and my old apartment is burnt down. My bank burnt down. My safety deposit box didn't. And after several months, they gave me a plastic bag that smelled like smoke and the stuff was in there. It was okay. But I imagined, oh my gosh, if I was in your position, what would I do? Because talk about PTSD, well, actually, I'm a former television producer and documentary director. Used to work for Oprah, actually worked for Nightline and was sent to forest fires. And then, of course, we had COVID, and then our industry super slowed down. So I'm the kind of person that kind of goes into PTSD over finances. I will not open those bills. They go in a box. So I can't, I just can't imagine what you all are going through with a very complex financial scenario. So I built Climate Facts, and you can take a flyer with a QR code to get a free 7-day demo. And after that, it's like $5 a month if you want to save your work. But basically, you'll input every parameter of your financial life, including your loss. So if you go on the platform, it'll start with, did you have a loss? Okay, how much did insurance pay you out? I was just running an example there. Like, say insurance paid you out $600,000. Your house was worth $1 million. You still have a $300,000 mortgage. You still have to pay insurance. You have to pay taxes. You may have an HOA fee. Then your contractors start to come in and they give you their rebuild costs, price per square foot. Was just demoing it with Matthew over here, who is a builder. And it'll come out with what is your shortfall, because you're going to get calculated a burn rate. So if you're renting a temporary housing and your ALE right about now is probably expiring, you're hitting a liquidity gap. So this, a little TurboTax Climate Facts, will put in all of your input and then all of your costs. You'll also be able to put in, if insurance, say, pays you out, in my example, $600,000, they're not going to pay you for probably your new sprinklers on your roof. They're not going to pay you for other hardening upgrades or redoing your landscaping. You'll put all those in, and it'll come up at the end. Are you in the red or are you in the green? Now, certain people, and absolutely we should build back better, but how many people can take the burn rate? Again, I'm from Marshall School of Business and I coded this platform myself. The burn rate is significant unless you have the resources to make up that liquidity gap. So we're just trying to say, user-friendly platform, take a breath, get all your financial stuff together. input it, save your work, go out and get some other contractor quotes, come back, put it in, and see what you end up at. Now, after that, we want to partner with every single person that's exhibiting here, the soil testing, the remediation. We're going to have links for all of everybody here so that you can link through and you can take advantage of all these resources from soil testing to mental health, and would love to have you all demo the platform.
Wow. Thank you, Gilda. That is incredible. I will tell you right now, before even inputting my numbers, I'm definitely in the red. And so how do you help, like, what advice do you have for people that are having to navigate these financial challenges? They end up in the red and or have to prioritize between these big decisions of the rebuilds or the remediation or living or, you know, these are real life challenges folks are facing every month.
Absolutely. And definitely causes PTSD just for me to even think about it. And again, my heart goes out to all of you because I didn't suffer a loss in this. But, you know, I almost bought a home in the Palisades. And it took me, 10 years of working to save for that down payment? Oh my God, if I had done that, I don't know, you know, where I'd be. But so in terms of this just gives you the clarity. Like certain people also, if you can see, perhaps you don't want to rebuild. You don't want to keep going with this negative burn rate. Maybe you're going to take your payout. Maybe you're going to possibly sell your lot and decide, you know what, I'm going to go buy someplace else in a less, you know, hazardous zone. Because as somebody said on the first panel, you know, it's going to happen again. We don't know where, but it could happen again. So if you do decide to do that, we also let you know that there's certain tax advantages. You can keep your tax basis, and you can also not have to pay capital gains tax. So we just give you options, basically. It's a personal decision for everyone. I mean, for Greg, your lot is so amazing here. You know, I can understand, like, you know, definitely if I had this lot, I would want to rebuild if I had the resources to do it, because this is a beautiful, idyllic setting. But every single person is different, so we give you that personalized snapshot and then the links to the resources like the law partners over here, anyone, the builders, the soil testing, you know, hopefully it can all come together to just give you more financial clarity.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I think that the clarity, the awareness, that's where we start to have some empowerment and agency, right? When we can see the landscape in front of us and then pick our right path. I'm going to turn it over to Christine now. So let's say we arrive at the place where we are wanting to move forward with some soil remediation. What would that look like? What are the steps to get started and to explore that possibility?
Okay, well, first things first, I would welcome everybody to pick up one of these flyers before you leave. It kind of is going to summarize what I'll share with you now, but I think moving forward before rebuild really is to know what's on your property, because there is a kind of a liability. You know, you've got some workers coming to your property. If it's not covered, if it's not protected, then they're exposed, right? Then there's the potential for that risk exposure. So first and foremost, get the ground covered, okay? Whether you do it yourself or you hire a professional to do it, we're out there, right? You've got the Center for Care, you have Soil Domains, you have Community Compound, you have ourselves. But hire a qualified, experienced, you know, if you want to go down the certified route. Again, industrial hygienist is not what you want for soils testing. Our process, if I could just go into our process, we kind of chunk it out. We definitely want to establish some baseline conditions, you know, so testing, of course, is very important. Let's get the testings done. Let's see the whole profile of CAM 17, the hydrocarbons, and then we discuss if you want to go further with asbestos or VOCs or the PFAS and the others. we're able to turn that around for just the metals and the hard hydrocarbons within about 7 to 10 days. We can actually come back to you and sit with you. That likely you won't get from, free testing, right? You're going to be sitting around for a little while and then time's ticking. But with an entity like ours and the crew that we have, we're going to be responsive to you. You're fronting some money for this, right? So on the phase 1, it's running about 1,500, 1,520-ish. And what we're adding to the mix is biological testing. So we are using a microscope. We are looking to see who's still living under the ground in your soil. And if they're not, we note it. So it's very data-based or data-driven to know the baseline. That's pretty much across the board because it just covers time, it covers the lab expenses, it covers just some of the overhead on all of that. Once we get the results back, we sit with you after 7 to 10 days and we walk you through your results. Every single analyte that comes up as detected, we're going to walk you through where that falls along the continuum of thresholds that exist from what public health has put out as far as guidance thresholds, whether you're hearing that your levels are safe, you want to ask, what level are you comparing that to? And we will share with you what the lowest regulatory published thresholds that we have found. And then you'll know where you are on that continuum. And then you can decide for yourself, whether that's an actionable level, like Harry had shared that term is actionable level, that you want to now take it to phase 2. Phase 2 is the treatment. Phase 2 we can mobilize within a week. We have all of our vendors in place. It's just a matter of phone call, get the materials covered. We have compost already being made, biologically diverse compost being made in Altadena from Altadina's own materials. We're in business partnerships with various restaurants in town and our local horse stable, as well as the tree trimming companies. So not only are they calling us for drops, but we are calling them to redirect all of this organic material to keep it in Altadena. After 2 weeks of that application, we're going to test again. We want that quick snapshot, of how the biology is doing that we reintroduced, and then if the chemical profile is actually ticking down. And if we're seeing that, then we're like, okay, let's keep doing what we're doing. And then we will add a native seed mix to the treatment as well, because that's the secondary step to the process. We've got to have healthy soil in the ground before we can support the plants that are to grow and then accumulate whatever metals that we want to extract. So we're coming at this from a 2-pronged process: sequester, mobilize, as well as extract. But then what happens after that? Then there's part of this phase 2 is extraction, but we have to manage that vegetation as well. And we have to test that material as well to track whether that metal has been transferred from below ground to above ground. So I'll have that data to share. In 3 months' time, we're going to test the soil again, and we're going to test the compost that we make from the vegetation that has been extracted. And then phase 3 is actually, this all can happen before build. This all can happen very closely to grading operations. There was a client that was very concerned about, their architect and their general contractor saying, no, you can't do it now. You have to wait until after build. Well, they didn't consult with the expert, on whether or not that was okay to do. We're okay with it being trampled on and mixed in and moved around, right? The biology is going to be in the mix, right? So as long as we keep it hydrated and as long as we are ensuring that the conditions are optimal for the biology to continue thriving and maintaining their presence, then fine, push it off to the side, continue with the grading. When you're done, bring it back over and let the biology continue. The seeds will be there to germinate down the road. So this is not a one size fits all. There's got to be a lot of communication that needs to happen between the general contractor, the architect, the landscape designer. Please don't wait to bring on your landscape designer until the end, because these landscape designers do need to know about this process as well. And again, as far ahead of the curve and of this process you have your soil experts participating in this, the better. Because now we're able to educate, right? We're able to bridge that knowledge gap around this new topic of soil microbiology and how it interfaces with the plants and interacts with the contaminants in the soil. And those costs from phase 2 can range anywhere from $35 to $9,500. Okay. It's not a one size fits all. It's also going to be very dependent on what your results show in phase 1. So we're not going to give you, a full blown, number, but we do know that it's probably 1/10 of what it would cost to mechanically remove the soil, right, off site, to create unintentional secondary impacts off site in another community or in a toxic landfill, that can receive hazardous waste. We're just compounding the problem if we're dismissing it and we need to diffuse and dilute. We need to extract and manage properly and intentionally. So.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that detailed explanation. I want to mention a couple resources and some things that are in the works before we open it up to some questions. So I want to point out that Christine did a fabulous speaker event a few weeks ago with EFRU. So that recording is on the Eaton Fire Residents United website. We are also in the process right now of co-hosting a speaker event with Resilient Palisades and CARE through our Fire Resilient Bioremediation and Landscape Recovery Consortium. That's like maybe the first time I've ever gotten that right. So we are bringing that to you all very soon, an additional speaker event. One of the things I really, really admire about this soil bioremediation, this is a very much an emerging exploratory field right now. The applications of soil bioremediation in fire, as far as like fire recovery of soils, is an emerging field. And so there's so much to learn here. That's where, I would love to support folks in just monitoring all of that data over time. But given there's so many things to learn, there's also so many approaches out there, different flavors out there, right? And so one of the things that our Bioremediation Consortium is working on is trying to pull together a little bit of a landscape of all the soil stewards that are out there in the Palisades fire-affected communities and the Eaton-affected communities. And we're going to be meeting with those different soil stewards to figure out how to characterize their approaches so that folks have a good sense of like picking, knowing how to even engage in a consultation with a soil steward, right? What kinds of things do I want to ask? Like what's important to my family? And then, having a little bit of an understanding about the differences in the options that are out there. So we're excited to bring that to you very soon. I just respect everybody's work in this area, so thank you so much. I'm going to open it up to some questions right now. We'll go here. We'll do a circle. We'll boomerang across. So the 1, 2, 3 that had hands up, we'll go in that order.
Is this on? Yes.
Yes.
Christine, quick question. So I got water on site fairly soon. I was watering the resprouting plants, and of course, there's always been a lot of weeds that are new to the yard. Some are native, some are obviously non-native. I kind of grapple with: do I cut the weeds down? Do I leave them because there's lots of worms and stuff in the soil, and bees and whatnot are coming to these weeds, even if they're unwanted. And so but in the long term, I don't want them there. And so should I kind of keep them there now and then remove them later with the installation of the landscape?
So my take on that is the weeds very well could be taking up some metals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then binding that in their tissue and their biomass. It's probably, I've been advising recovering it, isolating it on site, and then composting that if you know how to compost, and then testing that compost afterwards.
Okay.
Because what you want to think about is still there's a lot of carbon in that material, and there's a lot of biology in that material.
Yeah.
And there may or may not be metals in that material. So testing, testing, testing. So if you are well versed in composting, that's great. Just isolate it, like sure, cut it, isolate it, manage it, test it. While you're building back, you still have some carbon in on your property. So now it's time to reintroduce the biology. So then if you know how to, if you can source some, well, you can source some really good compost from us that's locally made from the local sources. You can create some a biodrench, an extract. And if you like, we're going to be giving some away at the end of the driveway. So you
Okay.
can take a
Thank you.
gallon home if you like.
Amazing, thank you. One of the things I really appreciate in the kind of testing that's done in the context of problem solving, right? So a lot of the free testing programs that are out there, they're just helping characterize the problem for our communities. And I think by this point, we kind of got a sense of the problem. And so I think now it's really important to shift towards solution-based testing, right? And so testing as a type of monitoring of planning, what are we going to do from here? And, making those deviations along the way based on the results that are continuing to come back. So I just want to point that out. Testing in the context of solution is where I really, really, really want to see our communities go. Next question. Thank you.
Okay, you guys are going to be blown away when I tell you this. This is more of a comment. Did anybody ever know Tim Dundon? Okay, Tim Dundon was a good friend of mine, and he had the largest compost pile probably in the United States, chic to chic. And anyway, he had a 30-foot compost pile because he was right across the street from the cemetery, and he would go get the horse manure, and he would mix it together. And when you walked on his property, it was like a spring, like a mattress. And that's the perfect scenario. So my thinking is to use his model is the best way we can, because that will detox everything we have here. And for him to come back to life right this moment. My brother did a video of him back in the 90s. It's on Weird America platform. And of course, he was very weird. He called it kryptonite. And anyway, it's the most wonderful. He's also a poet, and he had things that he would talk about that gave you this incredible spirit of something that's going to be futuristic. He would dig a hole, and he says, "Let's go back to the 70s," and he would pick up this black gold. And it was just unbelievable. And there was earthworms everywhere. In fact, George, you know about Tim Dundon. Everyone here should know his model.
So was he sourcing it from? Because the compost we're making, we're sourcing it from also the local horse stables.
Cool.
So we have a good working business-to-business relationship with them, and the goal is to, at some point, down the road, hopefully within this year, that all of the manure that's being generated down there will actually stay in Altadena.
Very cool.
That's my goal.
That's called a healthy relationship.
The relationship.
The ghost of Tim. he was the guru of doo-doo.
In a good way. In a good way.
Yeah, look at this video.
And I expect he probably was taking horse manure from local horse people.
Yeah.
He was taking in anywhere.
And his own manure, too.
Yeah. And I'm part of the equine community here in Altadena, so I used to board my horse up at Bob Williams Ranch off of Cheney Trail, just south of Nuccio's nursery. So there's a connection there. He's still alive, and I think there's still a few horses on his property, but he's ailing. So that generation is slowly,
Memories.
yeah. But we are trying to keep that alive and that resource as top of mind, as a resource, not as a waste material for it to be hauled away.
Thank you. Please, yeah.
Oh, okay, this works. This question for Gilda. This morning, she was describing to me how her climate facts can do the calculations of should you rebuild or should you move and stuff like that. And I wonder about that also. And you mentioned something that I've wondered about, worried about, but it doesn't get much attention. The very real possibility that in the next very few years, we will pay a penalty as fear or awareness develops about these unknown toxic levels in the area. Right now, it does not get a lot of attention. It gets some mention in the news, but not very much. Mm-hmm. It's not hard to imagine that 2 years from now, there'll be sensationalistic news coverage of this ticking time bomb or something, and it'll be treated like the equivalent of an Indian burial ground or whatever you have in the horror movies. Is there any sort of past experience that suggests that, what kind of punishment we would get in terms of deterioration in property values if we decide, I want to move 4 years from now, and oh gosh, I'm going to take a 20% hit?
Well, as we say on the platform, we can't totally predict the future property values. And the thing is, though, that these are all factors. Just like if you have a flood in your house and then you sell it and say even from a broken pipe and you had to cut 4 feet of drywall out and replace it, that goes with your house. When you list it, that's a disclosure. So there will be a disclosure that you had the soil remediated. And the buyer has to know that. Now I'm hoping, God willing, this is rebuilt to a beautiful, prosperous, affluent community filled with artists again. But we just don't know how long that will take. We don't know if buyers will be turned off by that disclosure or not. Same thing as with insurance. I mean, the money is going out. Pretty much, everybody's either on the FAIR plan now or you get an unadmitted insurer. I am not this wealthy, but I do manage a property in Beverly Hills. We just got the renewal for the property in Beverly Hills. I think it's estimated at around, again, not my property, around $7 million. The insurance renewal on that we got from the subsidiary of Allstate, $111,000 to insure that property, which isn't even in a burn zone. The burn zone ended about 2 miles from this property in Benedict Canyon. So these are all factors that, we cannot predict. We're just trying to help you with the here and now financial costs. But the future is just a big question mark for everyone. And Michael, you've been very involved in the Paradise fires, right? So you've seen this, right, Michael? Paradise is coming back, right?
Paradise is coming back. And, you start to think about Paradise and Lahaina and, 8, 10, 11 years past. I wanted to address specifically, we're thinking about property value, but I want everyone to consider health value. And it's kind of the ugly elephant in the room. And I had an interview with Jane Patel, who was here earlier, who was in the burn scar, but her house wasn't affected. And she met with her insurance agent who said, I don't want to divulge too much, but, we'll give you this much money, power wash it, wipe your windowsills. And after one day at her property, even though the house was standing, she couldn't breathe. She was already having extreme health impact. And I'm not saying this to be scary or doom and gloomy. I'm trying to be transparent of what I've seen. Now, if you look, unfortunately, a lot of science has been taken offline recently, the defunding of, different agencies. But this whole, again, the word radical self-responsibility. So I bring it up because Jane, once they said, we'll give you this much money, she talked to her neighbor at Jet Propulsion Labs, and they did some testing, and it was unconceivable the amount of contamination, even as a standing home. And they're now tracking homes in their area outside of the burn scar up to a half mile away. So, again, not to be scary about it, but I think people really have to think about property valuation, but also the value of your own health. I know there's a fast track right now for people to get back on their property and rebuild, but I want to emphasize that if you do some research about Paradise and Lahaina and you look at the health impact, even to this day, it's pretty severe. So I just say that as words of encouragement. There definitely is. We haven't looked at the website recently. It's hard to keep up with the shock and awe campaign of the current administration, and I say that not as a red or a blue person, but as a policy person. But please, definitely be aware of what's happening. Now, when she had her house remediation assessed, when she was offered, I think, $20,000, and they're like, oh, just pocket the money, do it yourself, don't worry about it. It was kind of a payoff because the reality to do it right was closer to $100,000. So again, this is something people need to know that you can't find on the websites for the health department or this department or, anything that's being defunded, whether whoever you turn to. So I want to add that to the property value assessment of your health assessment. And they're finding in Paradise, even 7, 8, 9 years later, there's still huge contamination after FEMA scraped the topsoil. The difference there is that there was open pit mining from the gold mining legacy, which exposed a lot of that. So that's a different condition here. But luckily, we have this amazing team of people. I mean, I've gotten to know Christine, I've gotten to know Jane and some of the other people, and like, holy smokes, this really is a collaboratory for humanity right now to bring out these solutions and bring this awareness to everyone. So I just want to acknowledge that.
What a great place to end it for this panel.
I just want to make one follow-up on that positive note. The talent and the brain trust here in this community and the awareness in the heart, if any place is going to figure it out, it's going to be here.
Yep. And the good news is it is a solvable problem, right? We have solutions for indoor contamination and we have solutions for outdoor contamination. I'm going to put a plug for Eaton Fire Residents United because we're tracking all of this and we've got resources for you and we are on it. So thank you so much for all of our panelists. Yeah.
So real quick, if you are a panelist, our video documentary team is still down in the little ravine there for like another half hour. We do want to make sure that you have an opportunity not just to share here, but to people beyond today. And then also a lot of people have been asking me, tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. is the online Soil Summit Sunday Symposium from 2 to 6. And anyone can come on the Zoom that will be available afterwards on YouTube and Vimeo. I know through Greg and C3OX and many others. But just before we switch, one more quick important message. There's so much information to bring together a network, and I just wanted to have Ari share for a second what he's doing here with the ARC.
Michael, just a quick question. So 2 to 6 tomorrow, if we can't be present for that, can we tap into a recording?
Absolutely. The recording will be available after tomorrow. Absolutely. And most of the people presenting will be there tomorrow, along with other experts who couldn't make it today.
Can I talk about this first? Ari, who was asking about the mustard? The weeds. All right. Well, the mustard actually is a bioaccumulator, but you want to pull it before it goes to seed. So that I would do that with, yeah. Yeah, definitely keep it from seeding. Sorry. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ari Lutfapur. Actually a resident of Texas. My brother did lose his house in the Altadena fires, so that's kind of my connection. But we've built out a platform, the Alliance for Regenerative Communities, that's really to help automate, initiatives. I call it a community initiative launchpad and resource sharing platform. So within that, we've used a lot of AI tools to help you, for one, it's starting with your initiative, your idea, fleshing out plans, fleshing out timelines, documentations, formations, financial projections if needed. But that's what I've pretty much built to help start initiatives and get them funded through a pre-seed NFT collection. So we're kind of beta testing that right now. I did hear kind of what I'm hearing here. There's going to be a lot of human input managing process for a lot of these. So I'm very into automating that through the platform. So that's what I'm kind of going to be building out some next steps to, how do we automate the remediation process, organizing contractors, and again, figuring out what's the financial gap and then, where we can fill that. So that's kind of what I'm working on. We've got a booth over here if you want to talk about any of that. We've got membership tiers as well as a free volunteer tier, which allows you to use our AI task assistant to complete some of these things for the projects, and then that'll be redeveloped into that initiative. So, it's kind of a mouthful there, but, I'm doing a lot of software development, and like I said, solutions are my thing. So feedback is important, and, we can integrate all that back into the platform so we can accelerate some of the timelines to get some of these things done. So thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go into our last panel of the day. Nick Arnson, are you here? Yes? No, Nick, are you here? Nick's not here. Joy Chan, are you here? Okay, come on over. We're going to start. Michael, you want to come on up, and Harry and Natalie, please sit in on our panel discussion over here. Okay, well, our hardy survivors are still here. I think there's about 30 of us are still here. We'll try and get these folks out in the outlying areas to sit down. Still learning stuff out there? I would assume that's why you're still here, right? Good stuff? Please, please, please. I know you've been asking questions. Keep that up. Either way. No. So this last discussion, as we've been talking a little bit about, and I've been alluding to, is the feds are holding back money from FEMA, and the guy in charge is being obstructionist, I think, and so it's on us to come together as a community to fill the gaps in the collaboration that we need to sustain this momentum and take care of people over the years to come. Hopefully you've heard a few times now that this is a years-long trauma that we're going through. Hopefully we can rebuild not just our homes, but rebuild safely and rebuild our business community too, right? It kills me that I have to go to Montrose to have a beer and shoot pool, but Rancho's gone. Join the Eagles. Join the Eagles, yeah, that's a good one. Please, we finally have a porta potty. Do you believe it? At least they're going to comp us, and it's going to be free, but there's a porta potty down there. We have a hand washing it, and I heard it's pretty nice. So please, I think I made it clear early on that my organization likes to play at a kind of a 30,000 foot level. And Michael, where's Michael?
I'm here.
There you are.
Sorry, yeah.
Michael and I met at Heidi's event, Regrow Altadena, a few months ago. There's Heidi. And so we're committed to working with the Altadena, the Eaton Fire Collaborative, and Christy, who was here a while back, about the longer-term assembly of resources. So if that's your thing, we love to work with you. We have our work cut out for us to assemble both funds to move forward, as well as take care of the mental wellness of our folks here, rebuild the business community, work with the county. The county was here, a couple of, I think 2 or 3 representatives, so they're here. They want to work with us. We're still here. Jeffrey's here. So thanks very much if you want to take care of that. I met Michael, as I mentioned, with Heidi. I love that he has the big picture. He's assembled resources for distressed communities in the past. I think we have a lot to learn, and you can ask your panelists to introduce themselves. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. And I guess to make it easy, I guess we'll start with the panelists introducing themselves, and then I'll say how we're going to frame this event and answer some questions. And I think we have 40 minutes. Is that correct? Oh, sorry. I'm Michael Anderson. I'm an architect, but also, well, how can I start this? I'm an architect. I've practiced in Los Angeles for almost 48 years. I'll name some of my notable projects. If you've been to Intuit Dome, I'm the executive architect of the Plaza, but also at LAX, the new international terminal, Tom Bradley. And as well as I've done numerous studies for Metro around transit-oriented development. My passion is addressing the needs in challenged communities. That's the reason I became an architect. That's how a lot of Black middle-income communities die. And so I wanted to figure out how do you make that happen by making a place where people want to live. And so I spent my career doing that. So I do residential, commercial, but my main challenge is economic chemistry, is what I call making communities self-sustaining so that there's generational success, just like a foundation. And that's one of the reasons the county CEO's office asked me to come look at the opportunities making things happen here in Altadena. So I'll stop there. I'll let the panel introduce themselves. It's a pleasure to finally meet everybody face to face. We all met on Zoom, so we may look like we're on a dating game or something, acting a little awkward. But so
Thank you.
With that, I can get started.
Thank you. I'm Natalie Pace, and I'm the co-creator of the Earth Gratitude Project and also the author of The Power of 8 Billion, It's Up to Us. And in short, what the Earth Gratitude Project does is we go around the world and we curate the leaders, visionaries, sustainability advocates, and all the projects they're doing. So anybody who is interested, I did put together a resource package that you're welcome to take about various best practices from eco schools to composting. And again, these are not my ideas. I'm just blessed to learn from the greatest around the world.
I'm Harry Allen. I'm with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and I also live nearby, work nearby here. I'm in the emergency response program and rapid cleanup program, but I touch a lot of different kinds of problems and different kinds of communities. And what I have to offer is the reach back to EPA more broadly. It's a 55-year-old government organization now, but there's been some amazing things EPA's done around the country over these 55 years, and just some really impressive stuff. And so I'm quite adept at being able to connect people with those resources because of my experience as an emergency responder and working with communities. So I think I can offer that in addition to understanding how to navigate after disaster.
My name is Joy Chen. For 2 years before the fire, I was the admin of the pickleball WhatsApp at the Altadena Country Club. And when the fire broke out, it became our emergency evacuation network in the absence of public evacuation alerts. And it's since grown and grown and grown to be the Eaton Fire Survivors Network, which now is the nation's largest survivor-led recovery hub with over 10,000 survivors and allies across Eaton and Palisades fires. We have been very much focused in the last year on unlocking the tens of billions of dollars that are owed to us by insurance companies and by Edison, so that this recovery is not reserved for the wealthy. So we've been very much focused on unlocking the resources that are needed for everyone to have a shot at recovering. Thank you.
I'm a big fan of Joy's, so I'm just going to say thank you
The
for all your
honorable
work. My name is Nick
chairman.
Arns, and I'm a resident, deeply rooted in our community. I'm a commissioner for LA County. I'm the chair of the Altadena Town Council. I've been running ACONA, the Altadena Coalition of Neighborhood Associations. Just a huge fan of our town and loving to get back here. Was at our property today looking at what used to be a sad pile of dirt. Now I'm kind of looking at the dirt differently. I think most importantly, I survived 3 teenagers, so I'm here. I'm here and happy to be with you today. That's where we should rest.
Oh, good. I'm sorry. I'm a fan of Joyce too, as well. First, I want to testify. I am not an Altadena resident, but I brought my mom to get her hair done up on Lake Avenue for about 15 years, and now she's 92, and the place was damaged during the fire. But one of the things is when we have panels and moderations and events like this, I hope there's something tangible that comes out as an action item. So the purpose is the panel, we're going to share some questions, get their input, and I believe later we're going to come back with questions that the audience may have to answer, and the hope is to turn that into a tangible transaction. So to get started, this panel is about collaborating for safety and resilience, and everyone must do their part. In this moment, we feel residents may feel uncertain about whether existing institutions will fully meet the needs of the wildfire-impacted community. And we're looking at how can Altadena residents, local leaders, and community-based organizations work together and take greater ownership both in the short-term recovery and the long-term future for what they need as the neighborhood. And yeah, as I said, what drives me is trying to make the deals happen now that start bringing people back to the community and then move forward. The desired outcome is to have a tangible plan of how Altadena's residents and community partners can take an active role and shape both the immediate recovery process. And from that, in this moment to gather strategies, because there are small strategies, medium strategies, and large strategies, and each of those nurture the success of rebuilding the entire community. One of the things that often gets lost is sometimes people think we want to rebuild back as it was. And one of the things I'm passionate about is you need the infrastructure to be able to attract the next generation of community you need. And the goal is to bring the kids back home and allow them to replenish the culture of the community and take care of mom and dad and stuff like that. So with that, we're going to start with these panel questions. Natalie, I like your number, 8 billion. If you add like 6 zeros to that, we may have the dollars that we could invest into all the communities. So we're going to talk about speed and safety. So with that, we'll get started. How can recovery efforts balance the urgency to return families home quickly and the need to ensure safety and resilience in the long-term planning and rebuilding process?
Do you want to start with me? All right.
Yeah.
I am.
okay.
I'm not going to be the person that's going to give you step A, step B, step C. What I want to do is I want to say a couple of things. The first thing is my heart is with everybody here. I know that you have suffered so much, and I mean, just coming through here, I get emotional, and I know that's a big deal. But I also know that from the ashes, you can either have each person in their silo and it ends up exactly the way it was, which was a 20th century city designed for car culture, or you can have a greater vision and you can create safe shared roads, you can have eco schools, you can have cleaner air than any other part of Los Angeles, you can have greater air quality, you can have lower temperatures. All of these things are conscious design. So I do want you all, other people on these panels are going to tell you this step by step. What I want you to do is to know that it's super important to envision from the ashes to Eden, to envision this thing that you want to create with your neighbors and to make it so palpable. You have the heart of the world right now. And if you come together with a vision that's going to make this some sort of 21st century that we would all wish that we lived in, I truly believe that beyond all of the EPA dollars, all of the Edison dollars, all of this, you will have the heart. You have the heart and the soul of the world, and people will want to come here to see what you've created. If you build it, they will come. So that's kind of what I want to say is that I do. Fortunately, I've been so fortunate to see, the 5 to 9 year olds who created an eco school that won Eco School of the Year 7 times in a row, modeled on Roots and Shoots, Dr. Jane Goodall, other schools modeled on the Edible Schoolyard Project. This is a way to bring the community together, because not only do you have the parents and the teachers and the administrators and the council members, you bring in the elders as volunteers. So that's all I want to say is let's go from ashes to Eden.
Agreed. Amen. So one of the main things that Greg coordinated this event is about safety. His concern is soil, people coming back building and not knowing what the soil is there. So one of the things that I'm glad you mentioned this, Natalie, is having the vision. But one thing in architecture, you can have a vision, but you got to design it, you got to finance it, you got to get it built. And then even after it's built, you got to come back and make sure your client's happy. So with that, Nick, I'm sort of going to run the same question to you in terms of how can you see maybe the recovery efforts balance the urgency along with the family's needs as things are taking place right now.
You said my name, but I think he's looking at you.
Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. I got my arrows. We met on Zoom, so
Yeah.
like I said, this is like the day.
Okay, well, I was going to make a shout out to Nick and echo your comments. Nick, I came to your meeting early January, I think, town council meeting, and I was blown away. I really could not believe how many amazing things are happening, from the library department to the parks department. That was really stunning. Cal Fish and Wildlife talking about bear culture moving in your basement. Really interesting topics. Really, really interesting topics. A lot of amazing enthusiasm. I had been to Metropolitan Baptist on Lake during the fires. I got the whole feel of what people are going through right after this happened. And I've been following Nicole's group, Eaton Fire residents, throughout the course of the year. It's really amazing stuff. So as you're saying, there's really some amazing things going on here, and this is the vibe I've gotten too. I've been to like a dozen wildfires, mass area destruction. Like I've been to Lahaina, I worked there, Middletown, Napa, Sonoma, on and on, Paradise. So I've been through those experiences, and we do have to envision how to get through it as responders, and we have to interact with people and work with them. In each one of those situations, we learn pretty unique things about how we should manage the next fire. And I'll just talk about those two for a second because they also kind of point to resiliency, and what we're seeing here is unique. It's really important to witness it. Just to give you a sense, going back to Napa, Sonoma, Paradise, we had a lot of air quality problems up in the Bay Area, and we didn't really know much about air quality and how to address, new and unanticipated levels of pollution, right? But over time, our group and also the California EPA have worked together with health departments to understand that better, to monitor better, to collaborate. We collect ash samples. We analyze the ash over time. The cleanup has also evolved, right? And we had to race here, so some of those things got short-circuited, but others happened here that were new. Like, for example, there was a working group on air quality that was stood up with the South Coast Air District, the County Health Department, the California Office of Air Resources, and myself. A lot of interesting information, a lot of translation, a lot of community stuff, but also research that's gone to understanding air quality after fires in homes. Just give you a sense. So those kinds of things are evolving each time. And this time, stuff came out of Eaton Fire Residents United, for example, the crowdsourcing of indoor contamination. I didn't know anything about that when we came on the ground here in early January last year. So now that's a whole new level of understanding and things that are going to grow out of this, out of your example, for future work. So since this is a soil summit, I've done a lot of soil remediation and resilience even after disasters, working toward that. And yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, including resources that the state offers, EPA offers, academics offer, that we can bring to bear. And soils are really special because they're one of the easiest and most effective ways to combat climate change, to sequester carbon, to increase soil health, and thereby increase community health. So some really great opportunities I think we can avail ourselves of the expertise in here.
Well, with your background in the EPA,
Yeah.
I guess you can help us figure out what needs to be prioritized and what you've learned from the other fires. And to the superstar Joy, who created the Eaton Fire Survivors Network. She's also a celebrity. I've seen you on the news. But how do you see that? And I really love what you did in terms of setting up the network about connecting the community so that I think once residents get back in the context of each other, they'll help healing a lot more. So how would you see the urgencies necessary for the community?
First of all, it is truly an honor for me to be here. Thank you so much. And I'm not a superstar. I mean, somebody just pointed out to me today that I was in 5 Los Angeles Times articles in the last 2 days. And I don't know why they keep calling me, but I'm always interested in uplifting the voices of survivors. And I think that, I'm always trying to put survivors forward and make sure that we stay in the news. I think that this idea of the world is watching us, I'm feeling that there's been a massive drop-off in attention on this recovery since the 1-year anniversary. Right. We hosted a 1-year anniversary, which was massively attended by media, but I feel a huge dropping off in year 2. And so I do think it is important. I ask everyone who's willing to speak up on behalf of our community to join our Survivor Media Corps, which is on our website at efsurvivors.net. You can just put in, there's a tiny form, you put in what you're willing to speak about. We tend to go back to the same survivors over and over again because we don't have enough people willing to step forward. I think everyone here might be willing to be an advocate for the community, so please join our Survivor Media Corps. This guy is our community leader, and it is amazing what's happened, what is going on all across the board in our community that he is leading. I don't really want to talk because I want to learn from, I want to be in that Eden. It just so happens I earned my Master of Urban Planning degree a million years ago at UCLA. So I studied LA as my laboratory as an urban planner a long, long time ago. Worked as a real estate developer back then before I served as deputy mayor of Los Angeles. And so I've been thinking about these issues in a long time, and I think it is exciting that we have an opportunity to replan this community. I guess we'll be doing it under Nick's leadership at the ATC. And I think that, the soils, that's incredible that you've been through these issues because the soils have been ignored until now. And so I think it's really exciting that Greg had the vision to put this summit together. I guess the one small contribution that I and Eaton Fire Survivors Network has been making is, number one, we're looking to uplift voices and to keep this recovery in the media. And so, we'll look for opportunities. If there are ideas that come out of this summit that we want to specifically uplift, I welcome you all to reach out to us, and we can think about which media we've had. It's not just the Los Angeles Times, so all media in the world contact us. And so to think about which media, think about a media strategy to uplift these issues, we'd be glad to do that. We've been really focused, and as I shared in our 1-year anniversary press conference, that this has been a K-shaped recovery. There's two groups of families who have been recovering and rebuilding. Number one, the people with pre-fire wealth, and number two, the lucky few whose insurance has paid out fairly and timely. The median gap, not average gap, the median gap across the fires is $300,000, and most people don't have that lying around in stocks and bonds. If they do, many of them are rebuilding. And then the problem is that 70% of us who have insurance are having delays and denials that are impeding our entire recovery. So we're working on, we've been organizing across with the Palisadians on that. So I'll stop right there, but, we've been really focused on unlocking the resources to fund this recovery for families. Because families are getting very financially desperate, emotionally desperate, and we don't want to live in a world where only the wealthy get to rebuild and recover.
Right.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll dive in. That's very kind of you all. I'll start with Natalie. Yeah, I do think while I agree with Joy, we're not necessarily in the limelight now. I do think their heart is with us, and if we continue to find ways to tell our story and amplify our stories, that's the trick, is to make sure we're still getting out there. And I too, am asked to interview a lot, and I think with that comes a responsibility of making sure we're at spaces like this and that we're educating ourselves and that we're getting our numbers right before the interviews. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of work, but it's work well taken in. I recognize it as a responsibility to speak up for the town. I always avoid the questions where it's personal, and I try to focus on the stories I've taken in. Harry, when we first met, I think I was pointing out what's already happening on the ground. I love that your group was surprised, and my biggest question was, how do we involve ourselves with the work that's already done? So while I appreciate, moving forward, I do want to point out, as a town council member, and your town council really only has one job. That's to send information back and forth. We give you information from county of what they're doing, and we amplify your voice, your concerns, your needs, where the gaps are. That's it. I just sit in a spot while I'm definitely privy to get into spaces that I wouldn't have normally got into. I'm recognizing I need, again, to educate myself to walk into those spaces. And part of that education is finding out what's going on already, what you're doing. We have a really intelligent, like-minded town. We have a really diverse town. Altadinans are nothing if not opinionated. And those opinions means that they educate themselves. So as far as the question of how do we move forward safely, and the question of are we still getting the attention that we should be getting, we can tell you the funding is just dropping off drastically. So what we're stuck with is getting our voices out there and trusting each other. So I'm going to wrap it all up with saying that's something moving forward for this next year for our mental health. I am encouraging everybody I run into, you have to start trusting each other, even when you disagree. And you have to sort of make a deal. My husband and I made a deal a long time ago. You get to freak out, then I don't get to freak out. So we only freak out one at a time. So if you're running into somebody and they're already freaking out, it's your responsibility to stick with them, stay patient, look them in the eyes, finally hear what they're trying to tell you, because they're not telling you what they want to tell you right up front. So what I keep going back to, how are we going to survive this? And it'll get back to soil. We've got to trust who's already doing the work. We've got to trust the person in front of us, even when they're telling us misinformation, because in a minute they're going to get to where they need to get to. But if you abandon them and decide they're no use to you, that's not how this community is going to survive.
So, thanks, Nick. I'm gonna say something for a moment. My concern is Joy's concern. Attention was there year one. And the second thing is it does die off. And as Dr. Lucy Jones says, when the next disaster happens, the attention's going to go there. And so one of the things I'll share with you, I created, and I don't want me to say I created, I thought the thinking about was called the Altadena Rapid Housing Solution. It's a plan to how do you repopulate the community fast, and what's interim housing that allows people to get on their land for two purposes. One, to be at a place where they can see neighbor to neighbor and talk about this, but you also create a concentration of knowledge where people can talk about what the experience of building is, because they bought homes that were already built. And also that brings the community back where they can voice their stories among each other. And I think by doing that keeps it in the headlines, because there's more voices back on these empty lots talking that story, which then helps the communication on Joyce's website that she's setting up. And so the other thing is, when the foundations donate money, the organizations that are managing it have the money, are waiting to figure out how to dispense it, right? Well, as soon as the next disaster happens, that becomes the media, that becomes the attention. And if I'm a philanthropist, I'm like, you haven't moved the $600 million I pledged to Altadena, right? So why are you asking me for more? And so for me, speed is important, right? And moving people back. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But that's my greatest concern, because learning what you were saying, Harry, about the other fires, that's what takes long for those communities to get rebuilt. And McKinsey and Company just did a report with lessons learned from that. And it's really what Joy and Nick and everybody's saying here. When everybody's together, having that communication, you start to figure out the systems that are working. You start to figure out what you sort of prioritize. And I'll kind of close with this on this subject, that it's kind of like program management. LAX was my client for 16 years, right? I saw how they went from $8 billion to $30 billion modernization program, right? Altadena's got that same mechanism that needs to happen, because the successes with the homes getting rebuilt, your infrastructure is 90 years old. That's going to have an impact with how the houses get developed, okay? But I'll stop there. And that's my greatest concern. And then also, there's going to be a change in leadership, right? Because Catherine Barger's term's up. When that happens, every political leader goes through a 9 to 12 month learning what's going on and befriending the community. And then what that does is that creates a delay. So there are solutions for that. And I'm mentioning this just to put these things in your mind, because these are the big level things that impact the survivability of any community, all right? And you're so right about the K structure. So with that, I'll get started. I hope I wasn't too emotional about that. One of the key things that you talked about, and this is where we align utility resources. Southern California Edison has said, yeah, we did it, and we're going to do this much. And so it's looking at how do we combine the government services, the utility services. What strategies proven most effective in aligning utility service providers, government agencies, to ensure the communities receive the infrastructure and the support needed for safe and resilient communities? One of the things I can say about Barger's office they did when they started addressing the permitting processes and recognizing that that's going to have an impact, and how those fees started to get waived. I will say also, I was sort of instrumental in helping them set up the infrastructure finance district, because I knew that's important to have that plan in place to attract capital, that then you could leverage Southern California Edison's commitment into a deal to help modernize the infrastructure. So with that, knowing that government sources exist, how do you all see, and I'll start with Nick, how do you see, wait a minute, yes, Nick. Sorry. I'm bad with names. I forgot my boss's name. Believe me, I forgot my boss's name one time. So, because I had to make an introduction. She said, I write your checks. So I'll start with Nick, because especially coming from the town council. What strategies or ideas do you see possible to bring those sources together so it sustains the things that you were just talking about?
Well, let's start with an overall concept. I face people every day who are at different levels of grief and trauma and are at different levels of trust. And we live in a town where there is a large section of our town who has been historically marginalized, who have been forgotten. So it's important to start with that. Now, where I'm going next is asking that trust that I talked about, us asking ourselves. By the way, when they talk about time moving on, we're only going to have ourselves. So that's why I'm excited about the 4 or 5 years from now when we're bonded in a way that I wish not as many, but not many towns are bonded. As far as moving forward, and let's talk infrastructure in particular, and utilities are a whole different ballpark.
Yeah.
But when we're talking infrastructure, there's a lot of ideas happening, and in some cases, they're not willing to walk through the door of collaboration. They kind of want to own what their thoughts are, and they don't think it's happening elsewhere. When a council member comes to me and they want to start a committee, the first thing I ask them to do is look at what's already existing. What's the community already doing? What organization is already working in the realm of renters? Because if we're going to have a committee, we need to be tapped into that. So here's the big ask. There's many people who don't trust county and don't trust what county's going to do and what they're putting together to imagine what we're doing here. I have my questions too. But what I've encouraged in county to do is look into the organizations that are imagining that infrastructure and imagining what they want it to be. Make sure you keep getting out there. And then what I'm asking residents to do is not throw out an organization or work that's already done. Let's put an example of the federal wanting to take over our rebuild and our permitting. That's a year's worth of work. If we ditch that, we're starting from square one all over again.
Right.
I've been asking residents to do the same thing. When you don't trust a county department, you're not going to throw it out. We're going to have to work with them. Let's figure out how to make it work. Let's figure out how to get our noses in there. And in the end, and this is where I'll wrap it up, is it's communication. The town council needs better communication because our job is to get the residents aware of what county's doing, but we are a completely volunteer organization and we don't have a budget. So we're reliant on making sure we have the streams that already exist in Altadena, on Facebook, on newsletters, on listservs. So we're constantly working for that. So any funding we've been getting, we've been putting back into a fund that goes directly to residents, and then we've been holding back little chunks to hopefully improve our communications. And none of it will be salaries, it's just all about improving our website, and that's what we're doing right now. So as far as moving forward, and as far as a safe way, and if you get to soil related, that's going to be about making sure you know what's going on already and starting to get a web going on. And Greg, I know you're working on that web. So, you asked me the other day, are you on board? I was already on board. So yeah, I'm right here.
Right. Joy?
Is there a particular question you want me to address?
Oh,
or-
yeah. Just how do you see the utility companies and government working together around infrastructure to make it happen?
Well,
Should be asking.
utility companies we've been working extensively on, and government. I guess coming at this again from a financial standpoint, there is something that everyone needs to be aware of right now underway called the SB 254 study. Raise your hand if you know what that is. Okay, Nicole, great, thank you. So SB 254 was legislation last year. In the final days in September, the governor and his team, basically they did a gut and amend of this legislation so that it's to protect utility shareholders, to ensure that for-profit electric companies like Edison, they don't go out of business, they don't go bankrupt, and that was the way that was sold to the public. They don't go bankrupt because we don't want our utility to go bankrupt. And so they gave them full protections in this Eaton fire so that they are fully protected from the financial fallout of the fire. In October, the CPUC gave Edison a $1 billion annual rate hike and a $1 billion back pay for the year. As a result, at the end of October, Edison reported 61% year-over-year profit for that quarter. The California Public Utilities Commission, which is all the appointees are by the governor. This week, Edison reported the next quarter of profit, and the annual profit went from $1 billion to $4 billion. And all of this is from CPUC decisions, and that means all of that is ratepayer money. That's us. And the issue right now is that Edison's shareholders are fully protected. Pedro makes $21 million a year, the CEO. They just did a big press release about how they've cut his salary, his compensation for the year by $1 million. But they didn't mention that that's off a huge denominator, right? That he's still taking home $20 million. And the biggest problem, I think, here is that while utility shareholders that cause catastrophic fires are fully protected, the actual survivors of those fires are not protected. And so there's a revisiting of the SB 254 study underway right now. I've been providing extensive comments on it. There's a front page LA Times article with a stern letter that I wrote to the SB 254 study authors. But that's going to be coming out very quickly, this study. And then legislators are ready to immediately put that into law. And directionally, the study could provide utility shareholders even more protections. And so I think that's just something that I would put, if you want to ask about the intersection of utility shareholders and the government, this is something that is important for us to all watch, because we're simply saying, okay, protect the utilities, but also protect shareholders, survivors. And the last thing I'll say is we have put forward a plan called the Urgent Housing Relief Proposal. 250 Southern California nonprofits have signed on, and the plan is very simple: to ask Edison to advance up to $200,000 in urgent housing relief for displaced residents. They will be fully reimbursed by the Wildfire Fund. It's not asking them to contribute $1 more. It's simply saying, front urgent relief now and be reimbursed later. Every other for-profit electric company in California that has caused catastrophic fires has done this. That's PG&E and SDG&E. Only Edison refuses to do that. So yesterday, you might have seen in the paper today, Black leaders of Altadena went to protest Edison's Black History Month celebration, telling them, don't celebrate Black people while you're turning us homeless by refusing us urgent housing relief. So right now, there's many other issues between the utilities and government, but I guess this is the one that I would flag right now. The question of, it's a public policy question, and I've been in public policy a long time, which is, okay, we do want to make sure that the utility does not go bankrupt, but also let's also protect the survivors of catastrophic fires of California.
So thank you. Joy touched on something to me that's powerful to make this success here happen faster. And the thing is, it comes down, everything happens around deals and transactions. And one of the things that I've always focused on is, how do you write the right financial deal? And how do you do it where it's mutually beneficial? So what the information she just shared almost empowers, as you did a Altadena modernization strategy, to demand more financial solutions from Southern California Edison's, because you're already protected at the state level, the shareholders, right? They know what the revenues are going to be. Well, you can use that projected revenue demand to start working deals that take priority down here, such as you said, the $200,000 per family. I will share, we're actually converting one single family house into a home with 2 ADUs for the mom. Her 2 sons are going to live in it. Her oldest son just had a grandbaby. The mom's a midwife, so she delivered a baby. They're going to get the 2-bedroom, it was the 2-bedroom unit in the back, and the younger son's going to get the 500 unit. And the thing that I like about that is, one of the things is, since we're landlocked in LA, is creating generational wealth on the sites. And I had to pay for my mom's house and live with my grandmother. It wasn't comfortable. I would have loved to have an ADU at that time for my own place in the backyard, right? But that's the process of life that you can re-nurture the community. The other thing is, now that family has 3 household incomes on one lot. And they're all, so that becomes an economic thing of how you do what Nick was talking about, the historically marginalized communities, because you raise that lot, let's say it's a retired person that's $50,000 a year on Social Security paid for the house. When you get the two kids living there that may make $100,000 a year, the wife makes 100, you put like $200,000 to $250,000 on that lot. The importance of that is that's how communities are looked at for investment, average household income. So you kind of use Edison's situation with the 200,000 to start to work out those deals. But going to what Natalie said, once you create that vision, then you start figuring out how to make those financial performance work. And then, Nick, what I'm saying, that starts to help the town council bring the people's concerns together, and you're putting it into some sort of financial model that starts to identify which projects do we do first. And money follows money. You just want to continue to nurture like a garden, each flower to grow successfully. And that's the family on the lot, and then it's the commercial corridors, right? One of the things basically knowing this is I've been wanting the utility companies to invest into water recycling facilities in Altadena because you have a flood canal right here that you can collect water. Santa Monica has 3 water recycling facilities. The first one got paid for majority by the state was $96 million. It recycles 1 million gallons a day, has an underground storage tank at 1.5 million that could be used for fire disasters. And I share this with you because that was in 2024. So now you could get a 2 million gallon facility that could reduce the need to import water into Altadena while you grow the families living on the lots. So it's these type of solutions that are there. It's how do we make them happen in the sequence that keeps the money coming in, and that helps keep the attention on Altadena as well. So I'm sorry to digress, but I will throw these things out because often I've seen communities die because not knowing what deals to do, right? So do you want to share on that?
I have an interesting perspective, I think. So I'm a federal employee, work for the U.S. government. And normally we do our business at EPA, responses and cleanups, usually on behalf of the county or a tribe or a local authority. When we have a FEMA disaster, FEMA pays us to do that response work, right? But interestingly, a lot of things are affected in a disaster, not just the hazmat. And so we're often tasked by FEMA to do other things that are related to EPA's mission. So such as we fund water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure. That's where the source of that money, U.S. budget, is the source of that money for development of those resources, throughout the states. During the fire, I was asked to go to the water plant right next door and check it out for safety and hazmat and all that burned down, So after that's done, there's an opportunity in the last 10 years or so for resilience, for FEMA to fund and invest in post-fire recovery for sectors.
Can you? We've got 3 water companies that need your investment. Can
I wish I knew. So I don't work for FEMA, but I've experienced this. Both the EPA has a water fund, right, and then also FEMA has an emergency water fund to supplement that. So we're seeing, for example, in Lahaina, the whole place burned down. This also happened in Coffee Park. The FEMA set up a recovery for the water infrastructure to be restored because that's something EPA does. We were tasked with doing that. So in this case, I understand some of these recovery pieces haven't been funded as robustly as they have, for example, in Lahaina. Yeah. And our recovery coordinator, we met her during the Lahaina fire and hired her from Maui. She's doing the recovery work here. And she's lamenting the fact that the LA utilities infrastructure aren't getting the support they need from these things. So what's the solution to that? The state has to request FEMA to give federal money. They have to offer a share as well. But you tap into these sources of funds that are quite large because they're federal money. Yeah. And so just watching this whole thing unfold and being a neighbor to you all is concerning, and trying to think about what those opportunities are to raise the voice of this community to tap into those things. So those things EPA traditionally does, or that FEMA asks us to do after a disaster. And I think that can expand to other things like water quality, surface water quality, soil quality, environmental health in general, things that EPA has a responsibility for. What's the opportunity to do? It's called recovery. Or even shy of that, what are the state and routine programs we can do, and how do we get that knowledge for those regulators to participate in this problem as opposed to some other problem?
One of the things Harry said is, and sometimes people think this, communities can go to the state or federal agency directly and ask for the funding. The Biden administration, I went to directly, they were going to fund $25 billion in infrastructure around the transit stations. Unfortunately, the administration changed. And unfortunately, the people here didn't jump on the ship fast enough. But one of the things is what Joy was talking about, the benefits that were given under SB 254. This is where if the community had an infrastructure design of what that could be, you could leverage that design into the demand out of the SB 4 provisions. Because you just seen CPUC do it for the utility company. But it becomes, how do you design the deal? And that becomes your pressure point of their cooperation. There's a major infrastructure company here called Plenary. They rebuilt Long Beach Civic Center. They basically, you could, and what I'm mentioning about this is, there are ways we can use private capital to build what we need while the federal government goes through its repair, which is going to be about 7 years. So you cannot rely on federal funding until we go through this economic correction we go. But there's a ways where we can use private capital to make that happen. The private capital sources only want to want one thing, just like the shareholders of Southern California Edison. When are they going to get their money back? But that's part of designing the deal. And I just mentioned that because often that's what gets overlooked by the community, and that's also often what gets overlooked by the political leadership. These are things that supervisor staffs don't know. I've seen it. But that's the reason why LAX has been successful, because they had a program management team figure out what they need, and now they do partnership with private companies to pay for the APM, to pay for the airport remodernization. So we need to figure out how to do those deals. And that's sort of what we're going to close on in that way of the question around how do we see. I'm sorry.
May I go ahead and
Yes.
speak to
Oh, I'm
that?
sorry.
That's fine.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that a key part of this, what I really love about this panel, is that you're seeing the leadership is strong. But leadership needs the strength of the community. And so what I would like to do, I was taking notes on various things here on my hand, various things that you need to know better as a community leader. For instance, grass is a terrible thing in Southern California. If you have native plants, that actually helps to heal the soil, that helps to retain water. So part of what you can do to empower your leaders, who are very strong and very motivated to serve you well, is to become part of the solution as well. Right. So I want to give you some keys. I've passed these resources out to various people. Also, I was telling you about that eco school in Poundbury. They funded all their projects by winning awards. So I'm saying there is money out there. There are organizations out there. You do need to have the plan. But each one of us can be a part of that. That's the whole premise of the power of 8 billion inhabitants of planet Earth, that each one of us can be a part of the solution. So I want to give you a couple of things, a little bit of homework to do. First thing is Brent Todarian, great urban planner for shared roads. I don't know if we can afford him or not, but it's worth it. Maybe you have to dust off your degree and you become involved in this. Read up on Leon Creer, a creator of communities that have safe shared roads as well. Pilot programs. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. When I first was going to Santa Monica College quite a while ago, no safe roads. I rode my bike on the sidewalk and got tickets all the time for doing so because it was not safe to ride on the road. So I know that pilot programs are the key because residents don't want to share the, car drivers don't want to share the roads. But if you say, oh, well, let's just try it in a pilot program, then they get used to it and that becomes a way to do things. So a lot of the things where you're trying to push something forward, think about those ways that you can massage it through. Residents that none of us want to get out of our comfort zone. We just want everything to be the same way it was, but yet we want somehow the world to be magically different, right? So we're going to have to take these steps. Soil, I want you to check into the Wastewater Gardener by Mark Nelson, as well as Regenerative Landscaping by Eric Olson. Please read up on that. The resources are listed here as well, so that you in your own little plot of land can be part of the larger community, drawing down CO2, fire resilience, water retention. All of these things can be happening in your own little plot of the area as well. And that becomes, as you do this, and as these are the conversations that you have with your neighbors, that floats up to these great leaders who find the money to do it on the bigger scale that you need it to be done. So I would just say that even though we need them as fired up and as informed and as plugged in as they are, they need you as well.
Well, Natalie, that was going to be the third question, but so so that was going to be the third question. But I was really going to start out with the main purpose Greg's kind of made this event. Before bringing residents is to know where the soil's safe and where the soil is not safe, right? And that can be something that happens where it can be done for the entire fire affected area to find out which soils have higher contaminants and which have least. And then there are all sorts of type of solutions, from using compost, natural things to like mitigate it, and know when you're going to build a slab that contains those contaminants, but you want to know what levels they are. So part of that, I mentioned that, is because all the things that we've talked about has to be coordinated, just like a conductor coordinates a big orchestra, like a big ass orchestra, right? So you know who needs to perform when and where to make this beautiful event. And that is going to take some community-based organization. And I want to just put out there the thought of around what's called a joint powers authority, where you have the community's participation, but you also need the professional resources you need to make it successful. And that becomes educational to the community through this participation. The thing about the joint powers authorities is it survives elections, right? And so basically it becomes your leadership on all the aspects we need to rebuild the community. And this is a lot of aspects that need to happen simultaneously. And the last thing I'll put out there, one of the things I like to do is find out where contracts exist, so communities don't have to go through some RFP process. There's a huge contracts with Public Works with a major engineering company that does community change and program management, right? When we met with Public Works, they were like, we don't have no money. And I'm like, but you got a contract. And it's been appropriated. And Altadena needs a program manager or somebody to absorb all these different musicians ready to perform and make the solutions happen right now. And so I'm just going to put that out there. So this was coming up was, how do you see, and you kind of already answered it, but the last question was going to be, how can community-based partnerships work together to create a path forward for residents to navigate uncertainty in this situation? And Joyce put out some deal points for me. That could play a role in this. And so that's the company. Since you started, do you want to feel like you already answered, or do you want to do it again?
Me? Oh.
No, I'm going to let Joy go next.
Yeah.
Let Joy go first.
Oh, okay. I just had 2 quick points, though.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's just nothing. It's just part of the whole soil idea, right? Like in the past panel, someone was saying, I have a bunch of weeds in my garden. Plants can be a huge part of drawing out the toxins. So again, I would check out that regenerative landscaping thing and learn a little bit more about that, because as you were saying so importantly, you don't want to just put a new foundation on top of a toxic soil, right? So just learn a little bit more about that.
Thank you. Joy.
I'll just say that for anyone who is interested in keeping up with the Eaton Fire Survivors Network and everything we're doing, and SB 254 study and all the things that we need to do to make sure that survivors are protected, please sign up for our free newsletter. It's at efsurvivors.net. I write a weekly newsletter, and it'll keep you up to date on all of that. EF as in Eaton Fire. Or you can just Google it. It's efsurvivors.net. And I think that the answer of how we collaborate and how we do all this is, well, you're welcome to, but we're like a community of survivors. I think that the umbrella where all this should happen is
That's all you. I know what you're saying.
The Altadena Town Council?
The Altadena Town Council.
I like that idea. Yeah.
I'll let Harry finish up, and I'll let you have the big ending. So formulate it now. But I'll spin off of that. I was sitting here thinking, the folks to our left, to Joy and my left, are at a little disadvantage because we know what's going on already. And the good news is what they've mentioned and suggested is already going on. There are two entities, one in the nonprofit world and one in the county world, CCAR and Eaton Fire Collaborative. They are not the lone entities, but they're a powerful entity that can kind of fill in those gaps that we're seeing. And most importantly, continue to hear what you need to tell them. CCAR is the Community Coalition for Altadena Recovery. Heading up CCAR is the director for Altadena Recovery. That's Anish Saraya. Anish Saraya works in the county. So that management is already existing, and he's getting it every day. And the Eaton Fire Collaborative is over 200 nonprofits that are working together, sometimes great, sometimes bumpy, but nonetheless existing together to try to fill in those gaps. And again, to keep the doors open so that other nonprofits and other voices can be heard. So the great news is those already exist. And again, it brings me back to my first point. The community just has to trust what's already going on. And when we have outsiders with great ideas, it's important to hear what they're saying because it can amplify what's already happening.
There's so many great leaders in this recovery. And it's been amazing, I think, to, people who you might have just seen at the grocery store. I mean, Nick and I probably have seen each other at the grocery store a lot of times over 15 years, but we didn't really know each other or work together until this. And so I think, sometimes I think about how have we as a community grown in the past year? And the number one way is the new connections that have been made.
Well, public service announcement. If you see me at the grocery store, let me shop. Because I cannot tell you how often
There's
I
a
have
pothole on my road,
Yes.
Nick. Would you
But
please take down
I
the
give my
information?
cards out, but they usually want to tell me a long story.
Yeah.
And usually I'm home like an hour later.
Yeah, yeah.
So please take my card, tell me what you need to tell me. But definitely the grocery store is a bone of contention with my family.
There you go.
Yeah, my mother was a mayor, so I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I'd go shopping with her, and I'd sit there in the store
Yeah.
forever. So yeah, I just wanted to point out that this idea that these disasters have happened, and the idea that Dr. Lucy Jones said that the attention is going to be diverted, that is true. On the other hand, the leaders of our California and federal agencies now have been through this quite a few times, and they've gotten some really good on-the-ground experience. Obviously here, we had the governor, we had Catherine Barger, we had Judy Chu, we had a lot of people on the ground, including the secretary for the Air Resources Board. She came down and met me, and we spent time here in Altadena talking about air quality. So these leaders now should know better. They've got an education, and surprising things happen. So really strangely, the administration, I think they thought it was probably a good idea at the time. They asked us to race through our response and leave early without sampling, right? Funny enough, they had second thoughts. They asked us to come back and sample. And so that's what we did. So I was working with Nick. So strange things are happening, and even in the administration, they kind of get the sense of what's happening here. And I'm just hoping that translates more into recovery. And I'm trying to think and strategize ways to
How
make
are we going to get those FEMA
to make
dollars?
that reality. Yeah, with FEMA
Yeah.
dollars. It's really interesting to think about, so many different problems that a community faces after fire, and there are structures for this. It's just a matter of the right people hearing about it, and I think those people are kind of receptive, especially in the environmental space. So, to try to figure out a way to do that, I think, is a really, really great aim.
Yeah, can we just ask, you can whisper it in our ears later if we don't want to do it in front of a whole audience, but how, we do keep on hearing that this recovery has not gotten the dollars that from the feds that past recoveries have, and that politics is a big part of it.
Oh, you want to
And
talk to the
so
microphone? Oh.
No,
You
I
want me to
guess
talk
a
on the
question
microphone?
for you is, so I'm curious, do you have any perspectives to offer on the record, off the record? You can whisper in our ears later. How do you think? We're just people trying to recover. We don't want to be part of any politics.
yeah.
We don't want to be part of presidential politics. We just kind of want the Fed's money that we need to recover. So, do you have any suggestions on what we should do?
I wish I knew. It's a totally wild situation. I think working with these leaders in California in particular, and even at the EPA, is a good idea, because those people ought to know how to get the FEMA recovery money, or failing that, the EPA program money, for example, the Water Quality Revolving Fund, which does water infrastructure rebuilds, and make those things available. So I wish I knew. It's a really big question for me, especially sitting here thinking
Would
about
you
it.
help connect us, or like specifically?
Yeah, I can as best I can. But like I say, some of these leaders, take the soil example. Director Heller was our intern at EPA. I worked with her a lot when she was a new employee. Now she's the director of Cal Recycle, and their emphasis is on compost. They've got to force the assembly bill. You know, these folks are involved in these issues, and I think, and they know about wildfires. They've been through a bunch of them. Cal Recycle's led the debris cleanup for most fires in California. They're just sort of waiting to be connected, I think, to the right circumstance, and this seems to be it, and for a lot of reasons. Yeah.
So, how can I say this? Harry, what Harry explained is interesting because I'm trying to figure out how to word this correctly, but the administrations and departments that have component solutions, they're there. But the work and the capitalization of making that happen is what's difficult. And that's the most that dictates success. And that's what I don't want to get lost. The recovery, if you design and drive it as an economic driver, then the money starts to come the way that you need it.
Right.
And I want people to be alert to this. Federal funds they're not going to coexist in California for at least the next 2.5 years, right? And after that, because this administration is anti-California, unless you write a check to the president. But and I'm saying that to keep it real, because as we said, we're in our first year of diminished attention. That accelerates, just like anything that's not getting attention. It's like nurturing a field. If you're nurturing it, the plants grow fast. And I've seen it. I'm 67 years old. I've seen it happen all over the country, and I've lived through Malibu fires and Malibu floods. And this Altadena creates an opportunity to do something correctly that then becomes a replicable model for not only when this happens again, but how you make corrections to past mistakes. And I don't want that. I want your hope to become a tangible business plan.
Yeah.
Because when it becomes a tangible business plan, capital sources step up. But you have the power to dictate how they participate. And we have the energy here. This is a $20 billion plus project, rebuilding Altadena. And you have to know that number to be able to understand the magnitude of capital you have. And you just said, Southern California Edison just worked out basically to its benefit a $4 billion plus deal. So you have an insight in that you can make that leverage that. And the reason why I want to emphasize this is because that's what political leadership often is not able to design.
Yeah.
They hope it happens, but we need it to happen. There's no if about it. We need the capital sources to happen, and it can be done. That's one of the things I want you to know. Otherwise, the K formula is the one that directs where the money. And I'll share this with you, and I'm not trying to just scare the shit out of you, but it's true. Blackstone and big corporations are sitting on the side because they know historically communities don't succeed. I don't want that to happen here, and it doesn't have to happen here. You are in the right place at the right time to make it happen. So I'll stop there.
Maybe I'll just end on one note, which is that if we are all isolated and alone and exhausted, then this recovery will not go forward. The only way this will go forward is if we work together as survivors. And in our first year at EFSN, we've unlocked over $100 million in delayed insurance payouts directly to families. So that's been a huge milestone by gathering evidence of misconduct, bringing it to the public, bringing it to lawmakers, and forcing those payouts. So that's huge. And on the other hand, we're still owed tens of billions of dollars.
Right.
And the only way we will get that is by working together. We have advanced, as of yesterday is the bill introduction deadline in the California State Legislature, 5 insurance bills to help us, A, be able to buy and access and maintain insurance, and 2, to access the benefits we've already paid for. But these are bills and ideas that the industry has always fought to keep from getting into law. and the industry is already attacking these bills. The only way we will be able to have a working insurance system to be able to buy insurance and maintain insurance and access the benefits we paid for is by working together. So I do hope that you all will join us, partner with us in advancing these bills, advancing accountability for insurance companies, our government, as well as our utilities.
All right. Amen. I'll sign up. You all are shareholders of Altadena. So just like out Southern California, it's a negotiator's deal. Think of yourself as a shareholder, and you're the taxpayers. You fund everybody that's working for you. So I want you to succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have anything else to say? I'm sorry. I'm trying to lift it up, but I'm mad that you all not getting the attention you all get. This shit should have been built.
Just so it doesn't end on a down note, I
Thank
will
you.
say that 34 billion, that number that we're talking about, that is due to us,
From the
that
feds.
is just insane. That hasn't come to us. Harry probably knows this too. There are new creative ways that are avoiding the pissing contest that's going on, and that puts us in an interesting position where never before has a community been able to dictate where each of it went. Before, it was just a chunk that went, and others would dictate for us. So as we pull away at it, we're pulling it away with groups like Joy's that pulls it in different segments. So I'm hopeful that it'll keep coming. I don't think it'll be the 2 years. I think we're going to start seeing some of it.
In federal? How?
Yeah, well,
Tell us.
the past month it's been discussed, without going into detail, about how we can get it without going through the obvious
state.
the channel
Right.
that gives certain people a sense of, look
governor.
what I made happen.
Governor Newsom.
So getting past their pissing contest, we're hoping that we can get it. And I'm confident we're going to be getting it. Smaller chunks, but
Yay,
very
Nick.
designated chunks.
Yay,
I'm very
our
confident.
leader. Great job.
I didn't do it.
No, but you're part of it.
But I'll take the ownership.
You're part of it.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to take a break. Is that what you said? Oh, we're going straight to Q&A. Okay. Anybody got questions? I'm going to get my sweatshirt because I'm getting
Yeah, they're talking. Like, look, it's not going to be Newsom, so
Yeah.
and Barger's like,
Barger's working on that. Yeah.
and
That's
they
good.
visited.
Lee Zeldin.
Yeah.
So glad. That's
So
awesome.
they're.
I figured that's what Lee
No,
Zeldin.
let's just get it here. I
Are
don't
they
care
gonna-
how
are
it
they
gets
gonna-
here. Just get it here.
Are
It's
they
not
working
gonna
on
be
it?
incomplete, but it's going to be little chunks of it.
Excellent. Lee's working on it.
Cool. There we go. We talk about different ways to create capital for this situation. Has there been any thought about? I mean, carbon credits are one thing that's out there that the voluntary market is not really getting bought up like everyone thought it was going to be. So there's a ton of carbon credits just tucked away. I mean, I've got access to like 1.1 billion at this point. How do we potentially use that to create some leverage to bring in, some capital here? So maybe just some thoughts, because I'm definitely thinking about that and going to have some conversations about that. So just to put that out there, have anybody thought about that?
I'm not an expert on carbon credits.
I'm not either, but the Dutch use it very well. So.
Yeah, the reason the Dutch do it very well is the shared roads. Obviously, one of the biggest carbon credit companies is Tesla, right? So
But they sell it all
that's
to
what
Harley Davidson.
Huh?
They sell all their credits to Harley Davidson.
Yeah. So what I would just say is that definitely look into it, but that's what you basically have to show is that you're going to create maybe a zero carbon community or shared roads. It's going to be that sort of thing of how you, maybe you're going to have soil retention that's drawing down CO2, that you have trees that are, it does require scientific proof of it. But yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. Do you have in your collective people that are writing grants and doing all this already?
No,
I
we
mean, with
would
all
love
these
to.
nonprofits.
We would love to, yeah. Who
So
are
you-
applying for grants for this stuff, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, you do have so many nonprofits here. So maybe that's it, is finding the nonprofit that can help with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
On carbon-
definitely
carbon credits.
Organize that.
It could be a good way for it to be applied. If you had your financial performance, your capital stack for rebuilding Altadena, that's where you stick in your carbon credit as a dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're trying to do is, I want people to always think you have to attract capital. So in your capital stack, just like when you're building a building or a multifamily housing project, you want to position your vision and then the financial performance to make the vision, which includes utilities, infrastructure. You can include things. Heidi's here from Base Studio with her solar lights. They should be all out in the community, right? But that becomes a part of your capital stack, and then you lobby and get your carbon credits to go in there. Now you have $1 billion match, right? That you start to help people that want to invest into clean infrastructure to direct, okay, we need $2 billion in infrastructure, let's say in Altadena. Now you got $1 billion carbon match. That's how you start getting your private capital sources, because you're lobbying for funds, right? And so I'm glad you brought that up, because it's this type of
That's a line item. That's an
right. It's a line item, right? And then the beautiful thing about that is you're not only is it a carbon credit, one of the goals is to make this a better environment, right? When it's built, right, and be off the grid or either off fossil fuels. So that becomes one of the items in your line item, as Natalie said, in the financial performer, and that helps us move forward, and that becomes tangible.
I know you are not really like mayoral, but do you have a city manager?
Natalie, she wants you talking tonight.
Because we're an incorporate, the question is, do we have a city manager? And I think most people probably here know this. We're unincorporated, which means we don't have a centralized government.
Right.
The town council is essentially an advisory board for Catherine Barger, completely volunteer. So if there were a mayor, it would be her. If there were a deputy mayor, it'd be me.
So it's interesting because I think that that's the cool thing. I loved what you said also, that maybe if you get the money in chunks. When I was doing some work with Santa Monica schools to bring in money, what ended up happening is that the money would go to the contractor, and sometimes they would be putting in really bad ideas, bad old technology, because they got the money and that was their bailiwick. So I think it would be really cool if you can rope in somebody. Palisades has, under Rick Caruso, they have.
Well, yeah, I mean, Steadfast of Rick Caruso, that's his like
Thing.
nonprofit, but that's not.
We kind of just.
Palisades is a district in the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah,
so
but I'm saying if you can find somebody who is more into the capital markets language structure, who can start doing this sort of thing. I mean, it's a big ass job, but there are people that specialize in it, and there are some people that are recently retired. I know somebody who might be interested, so let's connect. I know somebody. And you would be an excellent.
So they're actually Altadena is in a great position being unincorporated, right? Because I heard some people, you want to become a city after you get your investments, right? Then that's when you take full control. It's a phased strategy. It's kind of I watched West Hollywood become a city, right? Unincorporated area. West Hollywood is one of the most walkable communities, very forward thinking, right? And so, and I've watched Los Angeles go from 44 cities to 88. I've seen which one's balance sheets look good. So all that activity you can take advantage of, but make yours better, right? So
the business plan?
I could do that, but this is really what I live for. I'm not just an architect that wants to design buildings. Buildings make a quality of life, right? And you can make amends for historical redlining. All that stuff can be worked out. It all comes down to what's the economic deal that makes it happen. And you don't have to, all people don't want capital return on investment. Some people want social and environmental return on capitals, right? Those all become a part of the things they ask for, and that's where you can get angel investors. So if you made the vision, you put the dollar to it, now you start, people say, you all got a real deal. Where do I get to come in and participate? But everybody wants certainty, and you can give them certainty even down to the residents. And then after the Altadena Town Council could become the city incorporated after you got all your deals done. So then you got your cash purse. So anyway.
More questions?
Oh yes, I got questions. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Anybody?
Good dialogue, though.
I want you to succeed. Oh, Greg, you got a question?
Yeah. What can we do to?
It's not bad.
What can we do to support you guys? I mean, you guys are doing great work here, and our organization is about speeding and scaling environmental solutions, but we're also about holding government people accountable. And I'd just like to mention also that we're very supportive of women and BIPOC communities. You might have seen today, most of our panelists were women or BIPOC.
Right
I think we were shooting for 65. I think we topped that. It's just wanted to let you know, women know that I'm an ally. So when you take charge of things, remember Greg was supportive of you too.
Right. I think this represents, and I didn't say I was a fan of Joy just because she's been on the news.
Oh.
This is a person in the community that has moved solutions forward, right?
Well,
Which
thank
is at
you
a
very
point
much.
that now she needs capital and things to get built that she envisions, right?
Well, one thing that we do need, to be perfectly honest, the Eaton Fire Survivors Network, we have been going to foundation after foundation to keep us running. because we've been very frugal. I'm actually full-time on EFSN. We have 2 part-time staff members. But foundations, and we do, I mean, we just talk, there's a huge amount of, our Discord, all our emotional wellness, tax webinars, et cetera. But the problem is that foundations now, many or most of them are afraid of advocacy, especially now with the whole, the national political scene the way that it is. So they say, oh, no, okay, you're the nation's largest survivor recovery hub, but I see you're doing advocacy, and that sounds kind of scary, and we don't fund advocacy. So we're like running out of funds at all times. Like we may not exist in 2 or 3 months. And so the thing about advocacy and the thing about this recovery is, I would just say everything we do is nonpartisan. Everything we do is really not political. All it is bringing together survivor voices, identifying needs, and developing very practical solutions to fix the recovery systems that are necessary to break a K-shaped recovery, to change the shape of this recovery. It's fully nonpartisan, and it's about building survivor leadership. And the biggest risk to this recovery is not advocacy, it's lack of advocacy. And so, unfortunately, there is sort of a, if we don't have advocacy, this recovery will fail. Because there's tens of billions owed by the federal government. There's tens of billions of dollars owed by insurance. There's tens of billions of dollars owed by Edison. And philanthropy operates in the hundreds of millions. So if we're just depending on philanthropy to fund everything, and they are afraid of advocacy, then this K-shaped recovery will harden.
Right.
Every $1 invested in EFSN has resulted in over $1,000 directly unlocked into survivor pockets from insurance companies. We need those kinds of catalytic solutions, but they only happen through advocacy. So, just because EFSN is us, it's our survivor community, just wanted to let you guys be aware of that. If you're interested in donating money, you can do it through our website. We're fiscally sponsored nonprofit by Habitat for Humanity of Greater Los Angeles. If you know of funders, donors, donor advised funds, foundations who are not afraid of advocacy, we'd be very grateful for a connection.
So, and that's what, enjoy what you said. That's one of the reasons why it would empower her and the community and the town council to rapidly repopulate in interim housing and other forms, because that's when all of a sudden politicians are like, shit, the voters are back, right? And it also becomes a way they start talking. So it's not just joy talking. And that's what I mean by when you do this, there's a people behavior that also drives the capital investments and things and the political action. You see, now the vulnerability is nobody's home, right? And your voices are not heard. You had the attention and like that, but we want to repopulate. So anyway, I better wrap it up. Oh, you got a question, or am I taking too long? Okay.
So at our last Green Economy Unconference that we run about once a year, we'll have another one October or November this year. We convened a panel discussion on conscious investors, people who want to invest in people, planet, and profit.
Mm-hmm.
We're reconvening that group as part of the LA Climate Week, so that'll be April 8th through 15th, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we are trying to get investors who are from the BIPOC community, who support women, who believe in eco stuff, to form an investor club to attract people who will fund efforts like what you're talking about, Joy, and also our stuff, right?
Great.
And so we want to make that happen. So please join us.
Great.
Please come to that conference, all of you
you.
guys.
Okay, I'll be glad.
Thank you.
Right.
A quick follow-up question. I'm not, okay. Hi. You were talking about advocacy and how the philanthropists don't like the advocacy. What is advocacy or partisan about asking to help wildfire survivors? I don't understand why. I don't understand why it's a bad word.
Yeah, philanthropy, traditional philanthropy is like you give an organization $1 and they give 90 cents, directly to people's pockets. What we're doing is different. The money that we unlock into people's pockets is not the 90 cents on that dollar. It's $1,000 from the insurance companies. And the only way we do that is by lifting up survivor voices, coordinating survivors, uncovering misconduct, bringing that evidence to the public. And I think that the foundation community in general is very, very, very conservative, and I think that they're scared in this political climate. It just feels, they'll just tell you straight out, no, we don't fund advocacy. And we've had so many closed doors to say that. But advocacy is democracy. It's our entire country is built on democracy, like people coming together, using their voices to create a better world. But, there are just many foundations who are like, oh, yeah, that's not what we do.
Can I just ask a quick question? A lot of times, even a smaller project, like maybe we're going to be building back the school so that we can have an infrastructure when I don't know if your school completely burned down, but that might be a way is to have projects, right? That don't have any, they're the vision of the future rather than the voice of the past, although the voices of the past are really important now. Maybe we're ready for that. I would just say that a lot of the environmental organizations would lean into something like that.
Yeah, I think what they're like, well, we'll fund sticks for construction. Like, we'll give the money to building construction materials. We'll to build a house.
Yeah.
We'll build 3 houses rather than, we're going to invest in survivor coordination.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there is
just the way that
there
they
is one
tend to
organization, and it's more a couple of them that help to fund at least like community gardens, student gardens. Green Our Planet helps to raise the funds for student gardens. Just things like that. Like, I'm just saying that sometimes it's even Compton, which is a very, very poor community. They were going to lose their community garden.
Yeah.
And they were able to raise $500,000 within 48 hours, 72 hours.
That's the sort of thing I think that many foundations are more comfortable with. They're like, okay, we'll buy the potting soil, we'll buy the plants, and then take pictures, and it looks so lovely. But this is just, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
In this climate, nobody wants to mess with the king messing with their money. So the big corporations and insurance companies, none of the CEOs.
Or they have ties to the insurance companies.
They
and
don't
they're
want
mad
to
at
trigger
us,
any of that. So if you're out advocating this level and everybody's killing those other programs like DEI and stuff, that's again. But
the
what
insurance companies like
what the other people respond to is money.
They're
right?
so powerful.
So
yeah.
If you're like, when you're saying you're doing a large modernization investment in Altadena, they'll pay attention to it because you're directing their money and they want a return on their money. So anyway, thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
All right.
Good to see you. Yeah.
All right.
That was very interesting.
Absolutely. Thanks. Let me just say that we were scrambling here when we started, and I was remiss in not thanking some folks. I want to thank our sponsors. Day One. Excuse me. Thank you. Excuse me. People are talking over here. Jeez. Okay. Day One. The Altadena Farmers Market. Climate Facts. Base Studio. Altadena Green. Raban Developers, Blue Sky Biochar, and I'm sure I'm missing some. But Green Tech and some more folks. Our partners as well, Michael DiMartino's here from Earthstock Enterprises, the Earth Rights Institute, 301 Organics, and the Eden Fire Residents Union, and so many other groups. And Lisa Ziegel, I don't know if you've seen her or not, but man, she's been around for 5 years helping to run this, and she does it for free because she just has a big heart. Chianti's around here somewhere also helped us a lot. Ray Magnuson stood up. I haven't talked to her in 2 years. I said, I need your help, and she said, I'm there. And then our staff, Nikki Faldemolai, and Jay Mendez is also right there. Thank you, Jay. Couldn't do it without these guys, especially these days. So we are working to transform our lives, right? All of us here need to up our games to overcome climate challenges, and Community 3.0 is developing a master class to do that. My background is in delivering transformational opportunities, including physical challenge courses and master classes and like that, masterminds. We need to do that. Please plug in with us to do that. I mentioned already the Conscious Investors meeting that we're having as part of LA Climate Week. We're also going to be showing, hopefully, the film All the Walls Came Down. Andy Timona wrote a documentary about the Eden fires. And then I think that's all we're doing. The Green Economy Conference, our yearly event, is going to happen again in October or November. So if you like what you got here, come and help us, and we'll do it even bigger and better in October or November. Thank you very much. We're supportive of BIPOC and women communities because they're going to take over in the Sophia Century. They're going to be the leaders, and we want to support that. Thanks very much for coming today.